You have a sewing machine. You probably have bins and bins of scrap fabric like I do, but maybe you want or need some money. In this video, I'm going to show you 15 full tutorials of things that you can sew and sell. And these could be things that range anywhere from $5 to maybe $15. I look at things that could be impulse purchases that aren't going to take you hours and hours to create, so you're not going to have a price point that is difficult for the average person. So whether you're selling online or in person, these are going to be some great ideas. One thing that I do with my patterns that I sell in my Etsy shop is create things that coordinate and suggest bundles. So when you're going to be sewing and selling, think about that when you're choosing products to make. Not only make some things that go together, but make sure you're using fabrics that go together too, that will encourage people to buy more than one thing. You can either package this as a pre-made bundle, you could suggest it, and maybe it's a certain percentage off if they get all three things, or it could be, buy 2 or more things in my shop, save this much, buy 3 or more, whatever it is that you want to do, and that makes sense so that you are still making money for all the effort that you put into the things that you sew and sell. If you or someone you know loves lipstick or lip balm and needs to have it on the go, and they don't want to fumble in their purse anymore looking for it, then you are in luck, because in this video, I'm going to show you how easy it is to make this lip balm or lipstick holder that just sits in here. You can hook it onto your purse. This is going to help keep this at your fingertips. This is one of those cute little projects that have so many uses. This is great stocking stuffer, coworker gift, things to sew and sell, things to donate. Adding the key fob hardware, it comes with the keychain. You can also put a lobster clasp on there if you want to be able to clip it onto a bag so that it is always at your fingertips and you're not rummaging through looking for what you need. You need very few things to make these cute little lip balm holders with the key fob keychain. First, you're going to need a piece of fabric. And if you're using directional fabric, the direction needs to be going this way and not side to side. Then you need a piece of lightweight interfacing that is fusible on one side. We're going to need a pressing cloth for pressing the interfacing onto the fabric. I'll show you why and how in a second. Then a 1-inch key fob hardware, and I highly recommend the pliers that come with these silicone tips. This is the perfect size for squeezing this shut. You won't end up with any dents. Sometimes people try and use pliers just to save a few dollars. It often ruins a few key fob hardware pieces. Let's get started. The first thing we're going to do is get this interfacing fused to the wrong side of the fabric. Now, with any kind of fusible material, which is one-sided, it's going to be scratchy on one side, and that's how you can tell that's where the fusible material is. The other side is going to be smoother. So you're going to put the scratchy side to the back of your fabric and center it. Make sure it's not hanging over, like you don't want it like this. And then we're going to flip that over. The reason that you're going to iron from the fabric side and not the fusible side is you want the heat as close to the fabric and the fusible material as possible. While this is pretty thin, I'm sure it would work if we fused from this other side. It's just a good habit to get into because some things are thicker and you really do need the heat coming straight down through the fabric to the fusible material. Now comes the pressing cloth. You can buy them as pressing cloths. You can use an old piece of muslin, a piece of cotton. In a recent live video, somebody said their mom used to use a piece of an old pillowcase or sheets. So it's pretty much just a cloth to protect your iron. This is going to put a layer between your fabric and fusible material and your iron, partially in case this gets moved, right? So if it slides for some reason and the fusing part is sticking out, you want it to fuse by mistake onto pressing cloth and not onto your iron. Now, because we do worry about things shifting a little bit, we're going to be pressing and not ironing. And if you haven't heard this before, yes, there is a distinction. When you're ironing, it's like when you iron clothes. You keep the iron down and you move the iron around. Pressing is to lift it, push down, and press, and then lift it, move it, push down, and press. So there's no gliding of the iron. That is what can cause a shifting when you're doing this or pressing seams for quilt blocks or other things. For this and most fusible products, you're going to use no steam and often the wool or silk setting. Make sure you just check the directions on whichever product you're using. I like to start in the center. This says to use medium pressure, so I'm pressing down, but not like my life depends on it, and keep it pressed for about 10 seconds. Then I'm going to lift, and I'm going to move forward, and I'm just going to keep doing that until I have covered all of the fabric and have the entire length fused together. What this interfacing is doing is it adding a little bit of stiffness to the fabric so that it's going to hold the shape of the lipstick holder well. You always want to let that cool, and then I always just check the edges, because if I haven't fused well somewhere, it's going to be at these ends or the edges, especially since I always start in the middle. Well, there's an air bubble right there. I'm going to give it another shot right there. You want to make sure you take your time and get any fusible material pressed well so that the project will turn out well. It kind of is a cascading problem if you don't have it adhered on there well enough. Now that we have these fused together, we are going to fold this right sides together, matching these short ends, and just finger press that fold. This fold is going to be up here where the key fob hardware is, so now we need to create these angles so that it gives it a nice shape. There are two ways to do that. If you get the pattern, this is available in the Etsy shop, and it gives you all the details and lots of pictures of what to do. It includes a template. So to use the template, you're just going to cut this out of the paper. The first time I use it, I'm obviously not precise about how I cut it because that will happen when we're using the rotary cutter. I do cut this top edge well because we need to put that right on that fold. So I'm going to show you using this on the one side, and then I'm going to show you how to measure and cut if you don't want to get the pattern. So I'm placing this line on the fold. You're just going to make sure these lines are lined up with the edges. And then you're simply going to take your ruler, place it right on that line, and cut. Makes it super quick and fast. But there is another way that you can do it. And I'm going to turn this over just so I can do this nice and easy right-handed. You're going to center your fabric. So basically, this line is the center. We're about 1/8 of an inch to either side of the 1-inch lines on the side. So if you want to mark this with your pen, you're putting a mark 3/8 of an inch along this fold. So basically at that 1/4 inch mark, since the edge is at 1/8 of an inch, and then 3/4 of an inch down. Then you just take your ruler, match those points, and cut. Or you can just use the ruler and set it up at the 3/8 and the 3/4 inch down and cut that angle. So whichever way you want to do it, you're going to have the same result. Then I like to just take 2 straight pins and put them right in the center, because then I can sew all the way around this without having to deal with the pins, and it holds the fabric in place just fine. Now we're going to head to the sewing machine. We're going to sew up here around the top and down here, leaving this end open for turning, and we're going to do that with a 1/4 inch seam. To avoid knots like this, called bird's nests, where the top thread is pulled down when you first start sewing and creates a knot with the bobbin thread, I want a beautiful start like this. I'm going to be using a leader fabric. And a leader fabric is basically just a piece of scrap fabric that you're going to start on. So if there are any knots, they're going to be on here and not on your project. So I just take a few stitches on that. And I use this whenever I'm starting off of the edge of the fabric of a project. If you're starting in the center or somewhere where on your finished project, you're going to see both where the bobbin and the top thread are, then I would pull up the bobbin thread. But for anything like this, where we're starting off the edge, the leader fabric is faster and does the job. So now we sew onto the project, backstitch a few stitches, and we're just going to go around with a 1/4 inch seam. Now that I have that sewn, I'm going to take the pins out, and I'm going to flip my mat over. This is a Riley Blake mat, and I love it because it is dark on one side and light on the other. I should have had this dark side up when we cut, but you can see this white way better. I apologize for not using this side of the mat when we were cutting these angles, but this way it's going to be easier for you to see how I'm going to notch these corners. So it's basically like clipping the corners. Make sure you're not cutting the stitching, but I just like to do 2 little cuts. So it's more like notching. If you sew clothing, this is going to look really familiar, like cutting out all those little triangles. And I like to do it at both of the points that are going to be creating this shape, because you need to take some of this fabric out so that when you turn it right side out, it's going to press well and you're not going to be struggling against the fabric. at these points. So we have those 4 notched out. Now we just need to turn this right side out. You can just do it by hand, but because it is so stiff with the interfacing and the fabric, it is kind of difficult and takes a while. So I like to get my tube turner. This is a 1/2 inch tube turner. It is a hard plastic tube and a dowel rod with a dull point on the end. Now, if you are turning tubes that are just fabric, a lot of people have been using boba straws recently, which works great. I don't think it will work with this because it's a little bit too stiff. I think your straw will bend. So you just push this into the tube and then you push the tip in, and you want to be gentle with this part. You want to just get it so that the fabric is going into that tube. I can feel that it has gone in. And then often you'll just keep pushing until it comes out this end. But I'm worried that that will cause too much pressure on the fabric and that we might bust through it. So I get it so that it's in there, and then I just push that back and then take the tube off. And now I already have this dowel rod in here so that I can use it to gently push out the points. You always want to just go slowly and gently, kind of pushing this tip along the seam line until you get to these corners that we notched. And you'll know it's done when that top is 1 inch wide. See, it is 1 inch from here to here. Okay, so when we're happy with that, get our ironing board back. And now we just need to press it flat, making sure that this doesn't pinch. We don't want the seam pinched inside. So I like to kind of roll it with my fingers. We're making sure that that stitching and the seam is on the outer edge so that the entire length of this is going to be 1 inch wide. You can also take the dowel rod and run it along that seam again to kind of help with that process. But you want it so that you're not seeing the fabric from the back on the front or the front from the back. And there's really no front or back to this yet. Okay, so I do one side and then I come back and I do the other side. You can also use your clapper if you have one. After you press that, you just press down on the fabric. It absorbs some of the heat and it really flattens the edges. So that is looking good. Now we're going to go to the sewing machine and I'm going to zigzag across the edge, or if you have a serger, you just serge along that edge to prevent fraying. I've changed my presser foot so that I can do a zigzag stitch, and we're going to do it to go right along the edge, or you can use an overlock stitch depending on what stitches your machine has, or if you have a serger, just serge right along there. Basically, we want to prevent this from happening as you're using your lipstick holders. Because I don't do a lot of zigzag, I always test the length and width of my zigzag before I put it on my project. I'm going to do the length of 1.1 and a width of 4.1. Pretty sure that is what I had decided in the pattern. So let's just test that and see what it looks like. It's a little bit skinny for really going over that edge. And I went back and looked at the pattern again, and I actually used 4.4 wide. So let's try that. This is why I test. Okay, that is a lot better. So we don't need the zigzag to be super close together. We're not doing a defined applique. This is really functional just to make sure this all stays in place and doesn't fray. So that is going to be a much better width. So let's get that done. So now we have that nice and finished, and it is time to press and fold this up, and then we will just stitch around, put the key fob hardware on, and it will be done. So let me know in the comments who you would make a lip balm or lipstick holder for, and please don't forget to put yourself on the list. As I was editing the video, I realized that I forgot to show you what side to fold if you're using directional fabric. So this side, the print is upside down. Then on this side, the print is right side up. The leaves are going up this way, like that. So if you chose a directional fabric, just remember, one side, it's going to be right side up. The other side, it will be upside down. Before you start folding and pressing, have the right side up, right side up. I hope you're not feeling double-crossed, as my nephew likes to say, because I'm bringing out another tool. First, I showed you the clapper that I hadn't shown you in the beginning, and the tube turner, and now I'm going to show you the hot roller. You don't have to have these things, but they just make this project a little bit easier. So a hot ruler, if you haven't seen it before, it's flexible, it's kind of fuzzy. The texture helps hold the fabric in place, and you can iron right on it. So the first thing we are doing is we are going to be folding this up from the zigzag edge 1 inch and pressing. So what I do is I just put the fabric underneath the hot ruler, and I'm going to make sure that this line, and it's any random line, is lined up along the edge. We don't want it to be crooked, or we're going to have a crooked fold. So my zigzag is at the 1 inch, and then I can just press right on there. Now this does have a little bit of thickness to it, so I often come back and do my pressing one more time after using a hot ruler. Now you obviously don't need to do that. You could also just take your ruler, sit it next to it, fold it up 1 inch, and press. So you can use the same technique to do the next fold, which is going to be 2.5 inches up, but I'm going to show you this time using the ruler. So you're going to be using what you have, and you've seen both ways. So I'm going to put this fold at the 2.5 inch mark, and then I'm just going to put my thumb right at the top of the ruler, fold this up, lining up the edges, and that should be 2.5 inches. Double check it. Yep, it is. And then press. And then I'm just going to take 2 clips to hold that together. Now you'll notice here there's a little thread sticking out. So I'm going to make sure I get that trimmed. I didn't cut that properly. And then as we sew, we also want to make sure little edges like that don't stick out. So I'll show you at the sewing machine, but I basically just push that under as I'm sewing if it's sticking out, because we want a nice clean edge to this. So now we're going to go back to the sewing machine, and we're going to sew up, around, and down about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. Don't sew across this bottom. You want that open because you want all the space for the lipstick or the lip balm. And if you pinched it down there, it's going to push everything back up, and it's not going to look quite as good. So we're just sewing here, 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 here. I've changed back to my 1/4 inch walking foot because this is pretty thick. It's a lot of layers that we're going to be sewing through. So using a walking foot is going to just help everything move evenly, instead of just relying on those feed dogs. So if you are going to be making a bunch of these as gifts or to sew and sell, you would want to batch them. Get everything to the point where you need to zigzag, then change your needle, do all your zigzags, or use your serger, do all your serging, then come back and do top stitching on all of them. Now I'm going to show you how to use a hump jumper and also how to pull up your bobbin thread. Hump jumper basically means a way to use extra fabric to keep your presser foot even so that it's not starting at an angle. And it also gives your feed dogs a little something more to work with as you start off the edge of something thick. So what I have done is I've just taken fabric, folded it, zigzagged. I use these to hang up quilts. So I'll like pin them on the back of a quilt, and then I can put a dowel rod through there. But I also use them as these hump jumpers, and I just pile them up so that they're about the same height as my project. Then I'll push that back. We're not going to sew in those at all. They're just used for support. Then I'm going to put my project right there. And then I'm going to put my foot down so that when my needle goes down, it's going to be in the project. So this is just going to push off the back. I'm going to hold my top thread. Don't want it under the presser foot. Just hold it. Put your needle down. Lift your needle and give a little tug. And you can see that bobbin thread come up. Now, the reason we're doing this is so we don't get those knots that we talked about with the leader fabric. And even though we're kind of starting at the edge, I don't like how it looks to use a leader fabric on this finished project. It looks better to pull up the bobbin thread. So now I have both the bobbin and the top thread in my fingers. I use the tweezers so that I don't poke myself on there. And it's also handy to then push these threads down so that I can easily have them under the presser foot and pull them back. Now I'm going to hold that tight, but not so tight that I'm pulling the thread. Now I'm going to take like 2 to 3 stitches forward and then back, all the while holding my thread. Once you get that knotted, you can let go of your thread and you can get moving. Now you'll see that just popped off the back. Now we're getting to that point where I said you need to be careful. You need to watch out that the zigzag part isn't sticking out. So I take my tweezers again, I just kind of push that under a teeny bit so that it's still going to be caught, but we don't want it sticking out there. Then I'm going to use the side of my scissors to hold down that fabric to make sure we get over that lump nicely. Now, because most of the strain will be right here at that fold when you're putting your lipstick or your lip balm in and out, I like to double back on there for extra strength and then just keep going. And just go slowly, because again, this is pretty thick. I'm going to be pushing that under. I'm going to help the presser foot get up here by kind of pressing down on that fabric until make sure it gets under the presser foot. Sometimes if you don't do that, it'll get flapped up. Your presser foot will push it instead of going on top of it. Ooh, that's trying to stick out again. So I'm going to pause, get that pushed under, and keep going. And now all we need to do is add the key fob hardware. Our final step is to get this key fob hardware, which is open, has a little clip there, onto the fabric so that it works like this. So basically, the hardware is a piece of metal that you're going to squeeze shut with the pliers and attach to this fabric. It's got a little hook that is going to help dig into the fabric to keep it in place. Sometimes people will put a little bit of glue like E6000 in there. I don't think there's going to be a lot of pressure on your lipstick holder pulling, so I don't do that, but that is something that some people do. Now, the way I install these, I like to put it into my pliers first. So I'm just placing it there. I'm not squeezing, I'm just holding it so that it holds in place and making sure the front edge of the metal is lined up with the front edge of the silicone and that this keychain isn't in my way. Also, some people will take these off. I don't feel it's necessary, so it's just another thing to do on and off, so I just leave them there. Then you're going to take the holder and you're going to line this 1 inch up so that it is centered in that metal. Just kind of check both sides, make sure it's lined up. You don't want it partly in. Press that fabric against the fold of the key fob hardware. And when you're happy with where it's going to be, you're just going to squeeze. I squeeze a little bit to put it in place, and then I always do 2 hands to make sure it is nice and tight. And look at that. That's it. It is done. And this size is going to work perfect for an average size lipstick because we don't want it to be bouncing over top of that. And it also works great for lip balm, chapstick, Burt's Bees, whatever brand you prefer. This is always a little bit shorter than a lipstick, so I make sure the size works for both. But look how cute that is. So you could put your keys on there, so you have a keychain and your lipstick is always at the ready. Or like I did with this one, you can add a lobster clasp, and you can do a small lobster clasp, a large one like this, whatever you want. This way I can hook that right onto a bag. So now that lipstick holder is ready to go. It would be really cute to pair with a coordinating fabric wristlet keychain and an eyeglass case. I think this is just like the perfect gift for a coworker, stocking stuffer, Mother's Day, teacher appreciation, all the times where you just want to make something, maybe using your fabric scraps, that says, thank you so much, I appreciate you, it's coordinated, people appreciate that, and it's not going to take a ton of time. Of course, don't forget to make something like this for yourself. So here are the 3 common sizes that are created for key fobs. The first 2 are wristlets. This one is about 14 inches long. It's going to be a lot easier to put onto your wrist. Easy on, easy off. This is by far the most popular, which is a 10 inch. You can still get it on. It's not going to be as easy if you have larger hands, but it's also not going to take up as much room in your purse. And then this one is called a zipper pull, or it could just be a small keychain that takes up even less room wherever you're carrying your keys. Or you can also hook this to like a suitcase and have an easy way to see which luggage is yours. So now let's take a look at how easy it is to make. So what do you need to make these key fobs? If you want to have a different fabric on the inside and the outside to give it a little more character, you need 2 pieces of fabric and 1 piece of fusible fleece. And the dimensions will be on my blog at tarareed.com for the 3 different sizes that I showed you. If you want it to sew up even faster, you're going to use 1 piece of fabric so the outside and the inside will match, and again 1 piece of fusible fleece. Then you need the key fob hardware, which is basically this, and it has teeth on one side. You're going to clamp that together with a key fob tool. It has the rubber. It's the perfect width for this piece. So while some people use needle nose pliers and then put fabric around it so it doesn't dent your hardware, most of these are sold in kits with this tool. So if you're going to make a few of these, I highly recommend you just go for it and get the tool, because you're going to get easier and better results, and they're not that expensive. The first thing you're going to do if you're using two different fabrics is you're going to sew the two pieces together along a long edge with a 1/4 inch seam and then press that seam open. You'll then take your fusible fleece, which is the same length as your key fob but not the same width, and center it over that seam, and then follow the manufacturer's instructions to adhere that fleece in place. I'm gonna move that aside. Now, if we're using just one, where the inside and the outside are gonna be the same, you skip a step. You don't have to sew anything or open any seams. You're simply going to layer the fleece and the fabric and adhere that fleece. Now, the next step is going to be the same for both. You're just going to simply fold your fabric right up against the fleece and press. You're going to do that on both sides. And we'll do that on the small one. I'm showing you the kind of the zipper pull size for the one fabric, and then the 10-inch, the medium, more popular size for the other one. All right, doing both at the same time, giving that time to cool off before I have to touch it again. Now you're going to fold this in half, which is basically folding it on the seam, and press. And because it is so thick, when you press it, it is pressing that seam, but it doesn't keep it down. So you can clip it or pin it, or you can simply take it to your sewing machine. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to sew 1/8 of an inch from the edge all the way around and then down the middle. So for the one fabric, you're simply going to fold it in half. There's no seam to be folding it. You're just going to match the outside edges and press that in place. Back from the sewing machine. This is so simple, I decided you did not need to actually watch me at the sewing machine. So I took the pressed piece that was folded over and I just sewed around the edges, and then I did another row down the middle, just keeps it a little bit more secure. And you can play with your thread colors. This one I did white, so it really shows. On the other side I did blue, so you're really not seeing your stitching. So you can decide if you want your stitching to be an accent. You could do a fun design down the middle or anything depending on what fabric you use. So you start that way, and you'll notice that the edges are a little bit scruffy. So this one I've done the next step, which is to just fold it in half and sew the end. Now, I did trim that so that it's going to be nice and tight against our hardware, and you're not going to have threads hanging out the side. So it's literally just folded in half, sew across there. You need to sew across there because with this hardware, there's only a clip that digs into the fabric on one side. So you wouldn't want the other side of the fabric to somehow slip if you didn't clamp that tight enough. So now, move that so it's not in the way. You're just going to place that inside the hook, or the fob hardware, whatever you want to call it. And don't really push down too hard. You don't want one of those hooks coming into your thumb, but you'll see it's the exact width of your fabric. And then after some trial and error, this is the best way I have found to do this. So I come in from the side and I squeeze it closed slightly. Then I come in from the end, and you'll see that the tool is the perfect size to close this fob. It's designed, and this is a 1-inch fob. You want to make sure that your key ring is not hooked under that. And then you're simply going to give it a little muscle, squeeze it a few times, check both sides, make sure that it looks nice and clamped, and it's done. That's it. Completely done, super fast. So if you enjoyed this tutorial and key fob mania hits you like it has obviously hit me, be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel for more tips and quick tutorials, as well as follow my blog. It has all of this and more at tarareed.com, or on social media. I'm on Instagram, Pinterest, and Facebook regularly.
Are you ready for an easy and super practical project? Today I'm going to show you how to make a padded eyeglass case in, gosh, like 10 or 15 minutes. I've done the testing. I've made just a few. Originally I tried it with batting. That's what a lot of people seem to do, but I have decided I really like using this flexi foam from Pillowcase. It is so much more protective. You can really see here how much more protective that's going to be for your glasses. Now, fleece, fusible fleece, quilting fleece, it's going to be fine if you're using inexpensive glasses like readers from the Dollar Tree or inexpensive sunglasses, but I am of an age where I have multiple pairs of prescription glasses. I've got computer glasses, I've got my everyday progressives, which are on my face, and then I've got larger, also prescription sunglasses. So they need to be protected more than this. I also played with some sizes. These two are bigger than what I landed on. You can also, double check your glasses. But this one, this fits well, in and out, really easy. Also fits my sunglasses, which are bigger. So I'm definitely a woman that needs lots of these cases. I also love to have one in my purse at all times because when it's raining, and if you wear glasses, you're going to know what I'm talking about. When it's raining and you're going from the car to a store, your glasses get wet. It's so annoying. So I like having one of these in my purse. It's small. It's very lightweight. I can put my glasses in there, run through the raindrops, and then get my glasses back on so that I can see in the store or see to drive. So let's make these. And we're just going to make a really simple one. This has one fabric on the outside, one fabric on the inside, and this is from my June fabrics for the monthly placemat panels from Riley Blake Designs. And I thought this is perfect for sunglasses because if you're going berry picking, you're going to need your sunglasses. So you need basically three things. You need 2 pieces of fabric, and you're going to pay attention to the directionality. So top and bottom, you don't want this sewn this way so all your fruit is sideways on your glass case. So 2 pieces of fabric, 7.5-inch square. That is, to me, the best size. If you wear larger glasses, you can go wider. You probably won't need to go taller unless you want to put a big snap or something in the top, then maybe just increase that a little bit. If you are going to do something like this, just sew things together and then just trim it down to 7.5-inch square. Then on this foam, it is called flexi foam and it is fusible on one side and you can feel it. It's softer on the non-fusing side and a little bit, rougher, scratchier on the side that will fuse to your fabric. And this, you want to be 7.5 inches wide. Let me show you on this one, it'll be easier to see. So the same width as your fabric, but 7 inches high so that you have a 1/4 inch that is just fabric on the top and bottom. That is going to decrease the bulk down here at the bottom and also at the top where you're going to be top stitching and having your lining and fabric meet up. It's not a big deal on this seam. And it also helps you know which way to go and make sure that that foam does stay secure and where you want it to be. So first thing you do is, we're going to use this for the outside. I always put my foam on the outside fabric. So I'm going to turn that face down. And then I'm going to put the foam on top of it and get it centered. So we have about a 1/4 inch of fabric showing on the top and the bottom. Now I don't like to press directly onto the foam, so you could either use a pressing fabric or I just flip it over. This is upside down, obviously. This is going to be the top of the case. And now I'm just going to go to the iron, follow the directions, and press that foam onto this piece of fabric, and then I will be right back to show you what we do next. Okay, now I have the foam fused onto the outer fabric, again, with about a 1/4 inch here and here. If it's not perfect, you're fine. It will work out, no problem. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put these fabrics right side together. Now, because they're square, you need to pay attention if your fabric's at all directional. We don't want to do it this way so that the inside's going sideways. We don't want it our strawberries all upside down. You want to make sure everything is facing towards the top. So we're going to line those up. And then I'm just going to flip it over because I'm going to be sewing from this side. And then I like to use these fabric clips, and I like to put them on either side. I put one here because I'm going to start stitching up here. And then I usually put one at the bottom or like two here just to make sure this fabric isn't going to slide around while we're sewing this. So now we're going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam straight across here. Now I'm using a 1/4 inch presser foot, so a 1/4 inch is just going right along the edge of that foot. So I'm just going to sew, and I didn't get the foam lined up perfectly because normally it would be right along there, but it's going to be totally fine and it will work out no problem. So I'm just going to sew straight along here. All right, now I'm going to take it to the ironing board, and remember the front where the foam is, and I'm just going to press it towards the lining. All right, so we have the lining and the outside sewn together. So this seam right here is going to be your top edge. And I've normally been putting my little tag on the inside about 1 inch down. You can see it's kind of hidden in there, but I have people that look for it, especially my family, when I give them things. Where's your tag? So if you want to put any kind of a tag made by me or your logo, your name, and you want to put it inside, you can do that. But I'm going to show you how to put it on the outside, just so I've shown it both ways. So now what you're going to do is you're just going to fold this in half. I start by matching this seam and clip that, and then I'm just lining up the straight away. These are all my technical terms, straight away. And when you sew it, you need to make sure, I always usually just stick my finger in here, you need to make sure that this fabric is not like off center or rumpled. You want to make sure that's nice and flat. That's where we're going to start. So to put my tag on the outside, so it's going to be on the outside, I'm just going to tuck it in wherever I want it. So if I want it at the bottom, I'm going to have it towards the top. So I'm going to put it right there. I'll just clip there so I know exactly where that tag is. Now I'm going to take it to the sewing machine, and you'll notice this is about a 1/4 inch. It's going to go over the foam a teeny bit, which again, it's fine. We're just reducing bulk. I'm going to sew this way and down here, leaving this completely open for turning. And instead of just knotting at this end, I do like to double back because there's going to be a bit of strain on that as we flip this entire thing right side out. So let's go get that sewn. We are almost done, if you can believe it. Now I'm going to sew here to here with a 1/4 inch seam. Now I'm just going to clip the corner a little bit right there on that angle, but make sure you don't clip any of your stitching. And now we are just going to turn it right side out. Now, because this is such a long tube, basically, I often use a ruler to get the corners mostly turned, just really gently and slowly pushing along those seams to get that corner out, because it's a great length. Then I will go back in with a seam turner or point turner, that's what it's called. But you have to be very gentle with this, because if you push too hard, you're going to pop right through your seam and the edge of your fabric. So just go really slow and really gentle. So at this point, you don't want that coming out. I've had it happen. Let's see how that made that corner come out so much better. This one is just always going to be bulkier because it has the bulk from this side as well as the bottom. So, all right, so now we are almost done. Now we are just going to press this flat. Then you're going to turn under the raw edge of the lining about, I don't know, you've already done a 1/4 inch over here, so you can do a little bit more because it's not going to go as far down in there. So 3/8 to a 1/2 inch. turned under. I'm just going to press that. Now I'm just going to top stitch the edge of the lining, and I don't worry about what color thread I have in here because you will never see the bottom of this lining again. Once your case is together, you really only see a little bit of the top of the lining. Now what we need to do is push the lining inside the case. And because the fabric is going against foam, sometimes it doesn't go in as smoothly as you would think it would. So we're going to use the ruler again. So I just take the ruler and I can feel how it is pushing the fabric, and just gently, so we're not ripping anything, just move it from side to side and you can tell when it's in there. Now we're just going to use our hands, table's in the way, just kind of pull this up so that the lining fabric and the outer fabric and that top seam are lined up. Like one isn't showing too much on either side. Then if you want to, you can take that back and press that. Oh my gosh, I feel like an X-ray technician moving my camera trying to get you an angle so you can see what I'm doing. Does anybody else ever feel like that? So now we're just going to top stitch about 1/8 of an inch from this edge just to keep everything nice and secure in place and look finished. You can just leave it like that if you prefer, but I like to do a little bit of top stitching. Sometimes I will match the thread to the lining, so I could make that blue, and then I always match the bobbin to the outside, but I'm just going to go for white. Now when you get to this part where you're sewing over that side seam, it's a bit thicker, so you want to make sure you go nice and slow so you don't break your needle. And that's it. It's done. So let's go look at the few that we made.
I recently had someone reach out to me about how to add a D-ring or a loop for a D-ring or a lobster claw to this travel tissue cover. And this is a tutorial you can find for free on my blog. You can buy a printable version of the pattern that has no ads in my Etsy shop. I'm going to show you how to make the box corners, and I'm going to show you how to add a little loop so that you can either add a D-ring or like a D-ring with lobster clasp. Because this is nice if you want to hang it from your water bottle or your purse or whatever to add that loop. So basically we're going to be adding a loop like this so that it would come off of the side. For something this size, I would prefer to have a D-ring that is this size. So 1/2 inch. When you measure D-rings or the D-ring on a clasp, you don't measure the outside, you measure the space in between the metal, right? So what's inside the metal. So this one is basically 1 inch. It's just shy of 1 inch. This one is a 3/4. It's the same size as this. And then this one is 1/2. So I wish I had something like this that was a 1/2 inch, but I don't. So I'm going to make a loop, and we're going to put a 1/2 inch lobster clasp on there. Now, why would you use one over the other? It really depends on what you have on the other end. So if you have a clasp on something, then you're going to want a clip, right? So it can hook like that. But say your purse has some clips, then you need a clasp to hang things from. You just need both parts to get it to work. So those are some different sizes. You would do the size based on what your project is. So I really want it to be small because there's not a lot of distance here and I want to keep it on that side. So that said, how big do I need to cut this fabric to make that little loop? The rule of thumb is you take the width that you need, the finished width. So we want this to be 1/2 inch. You multiply by 4 and you add 1/2 inch. So I'm going to cut this 2.5 inches wide. Then you decide how long you want it to be, because this is going to go inside. So you're going to have at least 1/4 inch in that seam line. This one was made out of a 2.5 by 2.5 inch square. Seems kind of long. I want it to be a little bit shorter. So 2.5 by 2 inches is the size fabric we're going to use for this. This is going to be the exterior fabric, and I cut that to 6.5 by 5.5. The fabric that's going to be on the inside and also going to be this little accent band is going to be this tan water. And this one is cut to 5.5 by 7.5. The 2.5 by 2 inch piece to make our tab. So you're going to turn this over, and we're going to be folding it from the long part. It's only a 1/2 inch difference, so you do have to kind of pay attention. When it's a square, it doesn't matter as much. So I'm going to fold this and I'm going to fold it in half, wrong sides together, and press. And I'm going to open that back up and I'm going to fold each of these raw edges into that crease that we just made. So they're both going into the center. And then because it's so short and it's easy to do, I'm just going to fold that over. So the 2 folds I just made are here. This is the first one that we pressed, and I'm going to press that again. Now just to cool that off and really set those seams, I'm going to hit it with my quilter's clapper. So now it is just slightly over a 1/2 inch. I'm going to test and make sure it's going to go through there nicely. Yep, that works. So that's how easy it is to make that tab. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to sew to hold that together. You can either just sew down the one side or you can sew down both sides for a little bit more of a polished look. Totally up to you. So we'll go to the sewing machine and we will get that done. Now I'm going to take my tab and I'm going to put it through the D-ring on that lobster claw, fold it in half, match those raw edges. So I'm just going to sew straight across just so that it will stay in place when we sew it into the tissue holder. You want to make sure you sew a little bit less than a 1/4 inch from that edge so that that kind of basting stitch doesn't show once you put your whole tissue holder together. I'm going to prep the actual tissue box, the first step of that. So you're going to put these 2 pieces right side together. One of them is 1 inch shorter than the other, and that is the one that is going to create these 1/4 inch cute little accents right where your tissues come out. So what you're going to do is you're going to line up one of the short edges and have that sew 1 inch there, and then just clip or pin that. We're going to sew down that side. Then we are going to match the other edge. So you'll see there's a buckle, right? The 1 inch extra fabric in here. And I'm going to clip that side. So now when I go to the sewing machine, I'm going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam down both of these sides. I'm going to use just a little extra scrap of this fabric as a leader fabric so that when we sew, this is going to go over all of the feed dogs. And when I start sewing, I'll start sewing in here so that if there's any kind of bird's nest or dragging, it will go on that leader fabric that's just a throwaway fabric and not on my project. When you're starting off of the edge of something, it's easier to use a leader fabric than to go through all the steps to raise your bobbin thread. Then once I get onto my project, I'll just go back a little bit to knot that. I'm going to turn this around to do the other side of the tissue cover. Now we're back to the ironing board. We have our lobster claw sewn onto that tab. We're going to turn this right side out. Because this tan was bigger than this blue icon, it's going to come off the edges a 1/4 inch. So it's going to make this little part there. So we're going to flatten that out so that the edge is even on both sides. So you don't want to iron it like that, or totally like that. You want it to be centered so you have the same amount of that brown or whatever you're using for the inside of your tissue holder on each side. So once you feel like you have that down, you're just going to press that. Then you're going to fold it into the center. Now you can either just kind of eyeball it and then use a ruler to measure, or if you want to, you can fold it in half, kind of finger press. You do not need to iron that because you don't want to keep a crease there, but you can kind of see it. And then you're going to fold these edges into the center like that. And then we are going to press. Now comes the placement of the clasp. So if you look at this finished one, we don't want the clasp to be where the accent part is, right? We want it to be in between. And if we want to be able to do this box corner, it basically needs to be lined up right next to where that edge is. I'm going to open this up, I'm going to put that down like that, and I'm going to line it up right with that edge. That will give us enough room to do the boxed corner without messing with this and not have this flopping into the hole. So I'm going to do that, fold that back down, clip that in place. And then I'm just going to put 2 clips on this end. And now we are going to go sew those closed. I'm going to use my leader fabric again, and I'm going to sew down both sides with a 1/4 inch seam. Now I have the clasp right here, so we want to make sure that stays in place because I didn't baste it. If you're feeling nervous about it, You could baste it in place before doing this, but for something this small, I've got faith in us. You want to make sure these are going to be staying together as you sew the ends together. So in my original video, I showed you to either serge or zigzag over the edge so that that wasn't going to fray when you're putting tissues in and out of it, because you don't want all of this happening. But this time I'm going to try something different and we'll just see how it works. I'm going to be using pinking shears, and I'm just going to cut the edge, but not cut the stitching with the pinking shears. Ooh, that's really thick to be cutting with pinking shears. I can do it. Or you can also use a wavy rotary blade. But cutting that shape is going to prevent large pieces of thread from fraying from this fabric. So this is going to work just as well. And then I don't have to change the plate and the foot on my sewing machine. So we have that. Now, if we didn't want to do the boxed corners, we would just turn it right side out and it would be done. You would put your tissues in there and it has the cute little tab with the lobster clasp. But we're going to make this a little bit more finished. So I'm going to turn it back again. We're going to do these corners. So what you do is basically this seam line needs to match that fold line. So you're going to put your fingers in there and you're going to fold it like that so that that seam is kind of in the middle, making a triangle. And if you felt it, you could feel that the seam was under this fold. Then I'm going to grab a pen. I'm going to grab a ruler. Now we don't want this to be very big. We want it to just be big enough for a pack of tissues. So you're going to draw a line 3/8 of an inch from the point. So I just have that lined up. Draw on there. And then I'm just going to sew across. Use my scissors to make sure that stays down. And then I'm just going to repeat that on the other 3 corners. Now, when you're doing each end, you want to make sure you fold the edge the same direction so that it's going to make everything sit better. So because I folded this one forward, I'm going to fold this side forward as well. See that? So it's going the same way instead of having it kind of twisted. It's one of those little things that will make a difference in how this is going to sit and work. Now I'm on the part where we have that little tab. So I want to make sure that when I'm pressing that down, that I'm not catching the tab in this corner at all. So just kind of feel your way. You shouldn't if you put it right next to that accent piece. Okay, last one. Now we just are going to turn that right side out. And we have nice finished boxed corners. And we have a little lobster clasp so that we can hook that onto something else. Hook it onto your belt buckle, whatever. So let's take a look at one thing before we put the tissues in. So on this one, I did a zigzag edge. And this one, we used the pinking shears. So this is a much more finished look than this, but this is a lot faster. Either is going to work and hold up. You're not going to get a lot of fraying from that. But you want to go the extra mile, throw that zigzag foot on there. I just wanted to try the other way since I hadn't tried that before. So then it will hold an entire travel tissue pack. There will be a link below the video. You can buy these in bulk on Amazon. It's less expensive than going to the Dollar Tree. Sometimes even just the value packs at places like Target and Walmart are cheaper. One thing you need to notice is these packs definitely have a top and a bottom. So if I grab this, the tissue pulls and then it's going to pull the next one. Now, if I turn the other side, it's folded on both of these sides, so it's not going to pull out right. So just pay attention to which direction it came out of the bag and make sure that is up. So you're just going to tuck the corners into one side like that. And then just lift the other side over the other corners. And then just move it a little bit and look how cute. So you can do them plain like that, or really easily add a tab. I wouldn't add anything bigger than this because, I mean, you could put a bigger tab onto this size or a bigger D-ring onto this size tab, but there's not a lot of space. We had enough space to make this corner well and to not hit that. But if you did anything wider, it would be too big. So now the new question isn't just boxed corners versus not. It's hang tab versus not. Let me know in the comments what you think. You're going to need an outside fabric, an inside fabric, a piece of fusible fleece, 2 pieces of fabric to make the ties, or 2 pieces of ribbon, rotary cutter, cutting mat, ruler, matching thread, pins or clips, and either a turning tool, or I'm going to show you a trick about how to get really good corners turned without a turning tool and with a piece of thread. So stay tuned for that. The other thing I'm going to show you is 3 different ways to make these ties. One is just with ironing, iron press, iron press, iron press. Another one is using a number 25 bias tape maker. And the third way, which I love, is how to use this fabric tube maker. This is from Clover. It's originally designed for jelly roll rugs, so it is fat enough that you can have fabric and batting go through there, but we're just going to use it for the fabric. So really excited to share that with you as well. Let's get a little bit more specific. For the ties, because I'm going to make them, I have 2 strips that are 2 1/4 inch wide by 19 inches long. Now, if you wanted to use some leftover 2 1/2 inch pre-cuts, you can totally do that. It is just going to make like an 1/8 of an inch difference on how wide your ties are. So no worries at all with that. And then I'm going to be showing you how to do a holder with non-directional fabric. So I'm using a solid on the outside, a print on the inside. There's no up or down. So both of these are 16 inches wide by 18 inches high. Then I'm going to be using fusible fleece. This is cut to 15 3/4 by 13 1/2. Now you can take notes and write this all down, or I also do have a detailed PDF that you can purchase from my Etsy shop. There will be a link on the video and below the video in the description if you want to have that. It will also show you how to make this with directional fabric. The first step is going to be to adhere the fusible fleece to either the outer fabric or the lining. I usually do it to the lining just in case there's ever any little bubbling. So we're going to head to the ironing board and get that done. So now I have my fusible fleece on my ironing station, and I use usually the Pella 987F. Make sure you read the directions. I want an extra strong bond. So what they tell me to do is put my fleece down first and my fabric on top. But I'll flip it before I iron, but I want to make sure I have it in the right position. So I'm taking my lining wrong side up, and then I'm going to put the fusible fleece down. Now, if you put it in the wrong direction, you've got like an inch, 1.5 inches on each side. That means it's incorrect. You want it to only have about 1/8 of an inch on each side and the top. This bottom part I left without fleece because the first one I made, I felt it was a little bit too bulky having the fleece in the front of the pockets. I thought having it in the back was going to be plenty, so this is how I decided to write this pattern. So now that I have it positioned with the scratchy fusible part on the wrong side of the fabric, I'm going to just very carefully turn it over so that we have the fleece with the fabric on top. Then I'm going to cover it with a pressing cloth. If you've never used one of these before, it's basically a very thin piece of cotton. You can buy it. It's called a pressing cloth, or you can just use a piece of your own thin cotton. So it also says to wet your pressing cloth. I love these little mister bottles. You can get like 2 for about $9 on Amazon. I'll throw a link in the description if you want one of those. I also use them for starch. So now all I'm going to do is I'm going to be very patient and press across the entire area where my fleece is. It says to press firmly, about 10 to 15 seconds on each section, making sure you're overlapping. Having this fabric wet also makes it easy to see where you've been because it will dry. Then you can kind of pull that up and see if it's connected. The edges are usually your biggest problem. So if your edges are good, you're probably good to go. So now I have my fleece nicely fused onto the back of my lining. So I'm going to set that aside. Now let's look at the 3 ways I promised to show you how to make these ties. First one is just going to be with an iron. So what you're going to do is you're going to put it wrong side up. I'm going to fold down about 1/4 inch on one end and press. I'm also going to be using my clapper for this. It is basically an unfinished piece of hardwood. If you wanted to make your own, you could, but you want hardwood. Nothing that's going to warp when moisture and heat gets in there. And it just helps absorb the heat and really press those seams well. So now we're going to fold these long edges together, wrong sides together, and press. So we're basically folding it in half and pressing the whole length. Then I just run my clapper across that. It'll cool it off. It'll make that a better crease. Next, we're going to open it up. Now we're going to press each of these edges right into that crease that we just made, making sure you don't press out that crease. So you just want to press at an angle from each side. And we're going to go all the way down. So basically, you're making the raw edges meet in the middle. And we can do this just like I'm showing you, just with an iron and pressing the entire length 3 times. Or you can use a bias tape maker, and I'm going to show you how to do that in the next step, but we're going to finish this completely ironed version first. Then the final step is to just refold it on that first fold and press. So this is basically making it 1/4 as wide as the original fabric and getting these raw edges in the center. So we have the one end where we turned it under, so there's no raw edges. This one still has raw edges, but that's fine because it's going to be on the inside of the makeup case. And then I usually just put a couple little clips to keep it folded until I'm ready to take it to the sewing machine. Okay, so that's method 1. All you need is your ironing board. Now, method 2, we're going to use the number 25, which usually is blue, bias tape maker. And this gets us through those first 3 steps in one fell swoop. So what you do is you feed it into the end, making sure it is even. So you want these raw edges going up the side evenly. This strip of fabric is a little big for this, but you can make it work. And I'm going to be using this little awl to help push it through. See, it's flat and it's going up both sides evenly. So now we're good. Now, when it comes out on this side, you want these 2 raw edges to be meeting in the middle. So because we're using a fabric that's a little bit big for this, you don't want to iron right up to the edge. You want to keep it about 1 inch or 2 out. So once you know you have this all lined up and these are in the center, you can put your iron down and then you're just going to pull that back and then just make sure everything is staying lined up as you go. It's a lot faster than ironing the whole thing 3 times. Then you want to open up one end, fold it down 1/4 inch, and then you can usually just fold that back right away. Okay, that looks good. Then I will press that. The bias tape maker gets us to this point. We fold that end under, and then we are going to fold it in half, and we'll be good to go. So I do have a longer video that shows you the 5 main sizes, what size fabric they use, and a little bit more about how to use them. So you'll be able to find the link either above the video or in the video description. So that is tie way number 2. So they look exactly the same. We just got to there in a different way. The next way with the Clover fabric tube maker, we don't even iron until the very end. We're going to get it all folded as we're putting it through the sewing machine and sewing this part closed. So let me show you that magic. Now I want to introduce you to this magical little tool called a fabric tube maker from Clover. So if you've ever seen rugs like this where it's tubes of fabric and they go around and around and they're sewn together, this is a tool that people will use for that. But I found a couple other good uses for it, including making the ties for this makeup bag. So it comes with 4 pieces, 2 that click together for the big part, 2 that click together for the small part. Now it's really important to remember that this is above. I somehow got mine jammed in, but you can see it kind of goes together like a puzzle piece. I will say, I find these a little bit hard to put on and off. So if you have arthritis, this might be a little tricky. This one isn't as bad. Just kind of push your fingers and push forward, and that will come apart. This is the one that really gets me. So what I decided to do was take some flathead pliers and just super, super gently squeeze the side with the pliers to get that squeezed in so that I can push it out. So next, just like with the bias tape maker, you're going to put your fabric wrong side up into that channel. You're going to make sure it's even on both sides. Then you're going to take this, you're going to slip it in until it clicks and keep it up. You can see there's quite a bit of space because it's designed so that you can have batting in there too. So this basically works just like a bias tape maker. It's designed for 2.5 inch, not 2 1/4. So there is a little bit of space there as we push that through. And I'm showing you this on the desktop, and then I'll show you how it works on the sewing machine. But I just want you to know how to load it before we're in tighter spaces at my sewing machine. So now you want to keep it like this. Make sure it's folded. And then you're going to push it through this smaller one. And what this is going to do is it's going to help fold it in half. And then you do the same thing. You keep this kind of on top, push until that clicks. So it's a 2-part system. Your sewing machine is going to be here. I'm going to show you how it works. This is going to do this. This is going to do this. You're going to twist it and you're going to sew along this edge, sewing these together. So it's not pressed. The idea behind it is you just go right to the sewing machine. So we are going to do that. I just wanted to show you how it was set up before I got started. Now I'm zoomed way back because I want to show you how I have my sewing machine set up. So my sewing machine basically stops here, and then I have this table that extends the space in front of my presser foot and my sewing. And the reason I'm showing you that is it's really, really helpful when you're using this, because then you have space to pull this back and still feed that through. I don't know that you'd really have enough space if you were just in the front of your sewing machine. So if you don't have a table like this, get creative. Put some books or something that will even up and give you a little bit more even space for feeding all of this when making the ties. I put pink top thread and bobbin thread into my sewing machine. And then I'm going to use a leader fabric, which is just a little scrap piece of fabric. I'm going to start sewing on that. So if you get any bird's nests, they're going to be there, not on your project. I'm going to put this in front. So I'm going to get started. And then sometimes this will pop up. You want to make sure everything stays nice and flat under your presser foot. So I use my scissors. My goal is to sew about 1/8 of an inch from this edge. So as I go, I'm just going to be pulling these back and then using my fingers to flip that down and make sure these two folds stay lined up. I'm doing my best to keep my fingers out of the way so you can see. And see how it's starting to push up from the foot because I got too close to the edge. Just lift your foot and put it back down if that happens. Have you ever tried one of these tools before? Do you make those jelly roll rugs or do you use this for something else? Let me know in the comments. It's not something I use a lot, but I really like it for things like this. Then I'm just going to cut that leader fabric off. And I sewed back and forth on this starting end, and I should have stopped a little short here because we need to get this end folded under. And I usually do it right as I come to the end, but I forgot. So we'll just grab the seam ripper. You're not really sewing if you're not using your seam ripper, right? So you want to stop about 2 to 3 inches before the end. Stop sewing. You could leave it in your sewing machine instead of having to use your seam ripper. Then flatten that, fold that first section in, second in, and then back in half so that we have a finished edge on one end. So like I said, you could do that if you remember while you're sewing, but because I didn't, I'm just going to start a few stitches back. And then I'm going to hold it down with the scissors so I don't sew my finger. So now we have that. I'm just going to take it to the ironing board and iron that flat. Now you can leave your ties like this, just sewn on the one side. If you prefer the look, you can sew down the other side as well. That's totally personal preference. If you want to do these fast, just sew the one side. If you like the look of both sides, go for it. So here are the 3 ties that we made, and I left these 2 just sewn on one side and then did this one on both sides, just so you can see the difference and decide which way you would want to go when you make your makeup brush holder. I'm going to use the ones that were sewn just on one side. So our next step is to take the lining where we have the fleece on the back, and remember the fleece is butted up to the top. So I'm going to turn it over this way, and this is the top. Now we're going to take our 2 ties and find the raw edges. And I do like to have the seams on the same side when I attach these. Now we're going to measure 8.5 inches down and clip and baste the ties in place. So I stitched about 1/8 of an inch from the edge so that that won't show once we sew this whole thing together. Next, we're going to be putting the outside fabric, the pink, on top of this, but you'll notice these are hanging off the edge. So you just want to fold them back so that they're not going to be in the way when we clip and pin and sew all the way around. Just want to get them kind of flat. Make sure they're not getting over to this edge. You want them to just be in the middle. Now the fleece is here, which means this is going to be the pocket section. So we're going to leave about 4 to 5 inches open here because that will be the least noticeable when we turn and close that if you don't get that sewn over perfectly. Now we're going to put these right sides together, matching all the edges. Now sometimes when you add fusible fleece, the size gets a little bit different. The fabric might shrink up a teeny bit. It is not a big deal because, you know, we're not making clothes. So it's not going to mess up the project, but you want to make sure everything is the same size when you sew it because we are going to use 1/4 inch seams. So what I like to do is just put 4 clips so I know it's held in place and these straps are right, and then I turn it over. Because if anything's going to be smaller, it's going to be this lining. I'm also going to sew around with the fleece side up. I feel like that's less stress on the feed dogs. I don't even know if that's a thing, but I feel like it's a thing. So I'm going to put a double clip where I want to stop because I'm going to leave a hole open here. But before I do that, I'm going to trim this little piece off of the outer fabric so that it is even with that lining. So now we're just going to sew all the way around, leaving a space open here. But if you recall from the beginning, I told you I was going to show you a trick for how to get these corners better than just sewing, turning, and cutting. For that, you just need a couple pieces of thread. So I usually take a thread that is pretty bright, is different from the fabric that I'm using, so it's easy to see, and that I don't use very often. So we're going to go with this bright yellow. Definitely not a color that I sew with a lot. So I've just cut 4 pieces, I don't know, maybe 8 to 10 inches long. And when we're at the sewing machine and we get to a corner, I'm going to show you how we're going to use those. So I'm starting pretty close to this corner and I'm going to do 1/4 inch seams. So instead of sewing all the way to a 1/4 inch from this edge, I'm going to stop about 1 stitch shy of a 1/4 inch. I'm going to lift my foot and I'm going to take one of the yellow threads and I'm going to just put it in between those 2 pieces of fabric. I'm going to take this clip off too, just so I can get under this a little bit better. I'm going to hold that thread so that I can feel it right up against the needle. And I'm going to put the foot back down. I'm going to take 1 stitch. Then I'm going to lift. And I'm going to pivot. Now I'm going to take both ends of the thread. You don't want to pull one or you will undo this whole process. And we're going to tuck it in and make sure that the thread that, see, we can't have that there because we don't want it to get sewn into any other stitches but that one that we just took. Make sure that's tucked nice and tight. And now we're going to keep going to the next corner. It's another step when you're sewing, but it makes the turning and the corners that much better. I think it's worth the time, and you can let me know what you think at the end or when you try it yourself. Now I've gotten back to the 2 clips, which is to remind me that I need to stop sewing close to here to leave space for turning. Now we'll take it and we'll clip those corners and I will show you the magic with that yellow thread. I forgot to hit record again. Okay, so I clipped the corners, making sure not to go too close to the thread. And now I'm going to turn it right side out and show you the trick with the yellow thread for getting those corners out. All you do is you hold both sides of the thread and you give it a little tug, and look at that. That just comes out so beautifully. And then you're just going to pull one end, and you can use that thread again if you want to. And you're just going to do that to all 4 corners. It is so much easier than taking a turning tool and making your way in there, and it's going to give you a much sharper corner. This is my new favorite way to do it. Like I said, it takes a little bit longer at the sewing machine, but look at the result you get and how quick and easy that is. So you're spending your time one place or the other. Now I'm just going to take that to the ironing board, iron that flat, and iron the portion that we used to turn under. Now I'm just going to sew all the way around the edge, about 1/8 of an inch, just to keep everything in place. And because I'm starting inside the fabric and not off of the fabric, I can't use a leader fabric. So I'm going to raise the bobbin thread. You put your foot down, hold that top thread, needle down, needle up, give a little tug, and that pulls the bobbin thread through the fabric. Then I take tweezers, pull that up, put both under the foot and pull back, and now I'm going to go forward and back a few stitches while holding those threads. That is going to prevent bird's nests or big old knots from having one of the threads sucked back down as you get started. So then once you take a few stitches, you can just let go of that. Now if you're turning a corner and it's kind of thick like this one is where the fleece is, this is what I do to help my feed dogs along. I have some of these pieces of fabric. I made a tube and then I folded it in half. And then I'll just take however many of them I need to balance out the height of the project. So this one looks good. And then I'll put that under my foot. So it just gives the foot and the feed dogs more to work with so it doesn't get hung up on that corner. Now it's time to make the pocket. So you're going to put your lining side up so I can feel the fleece. There's no fleece down here. We're going to be folding this up and then doing stitch lines to form these pockets. You can do the pocket between like 4.5 to 5 inches high. If you know what brushes you're going to be putting in them, you can use them to decide how tall you want these pockets to be. I like to have things sticking out. So I want to make sure that my smallest item is still going to show above the top edge of the pocket. So this is going to work really well for this. So if you want to, you can measure on each side, but you can just as easily fold it up, and if these edges are lined up, then you have it straight. And then you're going to press. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to sew the pocket up. So I'm just going to sew right along the stitch lines that we already have from the top, and we're going to double over down to here. Then I'm going to show you how to figure out where each of these stitch lines go. Now what I like to do is start from the center and work my way out. And the reason is because every once in a while, somebody's seam will be a little bit different. Where you sew this on will be a little bit different. So if you start from one side, you may end up with something too big on one side or a little bit too small. If you start from the center, everything is going to be even. And however big these two outside pockets will be is what they will be. We're going to get 12 different sections into this makeup holder. So the first step, obviously, is to find the center if we're going to start from the center. I'm just going to put a little clip there so I know where that center point is. Now the way I have designed this is, and the way that's in the pattern that you can get on Etsy, is I put 2 fatter slots in the center instead of on the end. Some people do it on the end. I like them in the center, and I'm going to make them 1 3/4 inches wide each. So we'll do a center line and then 1 3/4 inch to either side. Then a 1 1/4, and then 3 1-inch, and then this one is going to probably be about 1.5 inches. It'll be what it'll be. I always like to start sewing from the folded edge and then ending by doubling back over this top part. You can either draw lines where you want them with a pencil, a chalk line, a heat erasable pen. I like to use the seam guide that comes with your sewing machine. So what you do is you put it, look in your manual, because yours might work a little bit differently, but usually it goes through the foot somehow. And see, you can make it be any distance you want. We're going to be using these little folded up things, put it under the foot just to help everything move well. And I'm going to be pulling up the bobbin thread each time. You want to make sure this first line is straight because we're going to use it for every other line from there. So you can just use something on the side of your sewing machine, or you can draw that first line. Okay, and because I said I want to start off this end and I want to use this guide, I put it on the wrong side. So let's take it out and reposition it. So usually they show you to do it this way so that this is curved like that, but you can also put it through from the opposite direction. I'm going to use my ruler. And so instead of this kind of being curved on whatever you want to sew off of, it's going to come down, but it will work just the same. So we're going to put this so that it goes right over that stitch line that we just made. And we're going to start the next one. And you're just going to keep doing this until you have all 12 slots done. So let me know in the comments who you might make this for. Are you going to make it for yourself? Are you going to make it as a gift? Are you going to make these to sew and sell? I would love to know. So now that we have that side done, we are going to put this on the other side and we're going to sew these. There are lots of fun ways you could personalize this. If you have a Cricut or other cutting machine, you could put cute makeup, like wake up and makeup sayings on the inside or the outside with the heat transfer vinyl. You could machine embroider. You could hand embroider something. So many ways to go. Let me know if you're just gonna keep it simple or if you're going to make it a little extra special. I really like using this sewing machine guide. It's easy, you don't have to draw anything. If you were doing a lot of these, you just keep going. You haven't put anything on the fabric, so there's nothing to get off. So now we have our 12 slots. Let's see what our sides look like. So this is about 1.5. That one's just under 1.5, closer to 1.25. So it's good that we started from the center and worked out. Now it is time to add the brushes and roll it up. Now it is all set. And while I'm sure my daughter-in-law would love to get these brushes in the brush box, I think it's gonna be way better inside her own roll-up in her favorite color. I'm actually gonna wrap it with the box so she knows they're new, not that you can't tell, but just in case. So I'm gonna put these in here, and then she has room for lots of other things. So the way that this was designed, as far as where these ties are, it's designed so that you fold the flap down just to meet the top of the pocket. So kind of like that. And then you're just going to roll it. Since I don't have anything on that end, I'm just going to fold it like that. Start rolling where my brushes are and tie it in a bow. So what do you think? I mean, you can make this case and just give it to someone assuming they have everything they need, or you can add some of the supplies, maybe new brushes or like makeup pencils or new mascara. This is the perfect gift for the holidays, for birthdays, etc., for teens. This could also be a cool item to sew and sell. So let me know what you're gonna do. I'm super excited for the holidays to give this to my daughter-in-law, and hopefully she hasn't watched this video, so she won't already know what it is. Be sure to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an easy sewing project, sewing tutorial, quilting tutorial, or more tips for how to sew and sell. My name is Tara Reed. I'm an artist. I'm a fabric designer with Riley Blake Designs, and I love doing these videos, and I love to get your feedback on what you like, what you're looking for, and how you're going to use some of these projects. I will sign off, and you go have so much fun. If you're looking for ways to use your fabric scraps, why not consider replacing your disposable makeup removers with cute and functional reusable makeup removers? These are made from fabric scraps and baby washcloths. If it's soft enough for a baby, it is soft enough for my face. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to make these. And at the end, I will also show you how to make a cute and simple drawstring bag if you want to use them to give these as a gift or to sew and sell. Let's get into it. All right, I'm in the baby aisle and we're going to do some math because I think these would be really soft and nice for reusable makeup removal pads. So let's see which is going to be a better deal. You can buy 6 washcloths. They are $8.48 and they are 9 by 9. So you get about 54 by 54 less whatever this edging is, which we would need to cut off. Okay, so that's one option. The next option is to just buy a big towel. I would feel really bad to cut that little face off, but let's see where the money goes. So this is 26 by 30 and it's $9.48. So this is definitely less material for the price. Winner chicken dinner, baby washcloths, because if they're good enough for baby, they're gonna be nice and soft on your face. So today's goal is to replace these cotton rounds with something reusable that I can just throw in the laundry. This will be great for myself, also a great gift for teens or anyone who uses makeup and you just want to grab some fabric scraps and do something different. So first I want to look at how big this is. And this is just under 2.5 inches round. I've seen a lot of these made and being sold on Etsy and other places with a serger. And then they do the circles because it's really easy to just serge around it. I don't have a serger, so I am going to make squares. Let's take a look at these baby washcloths that we grabbed at Walmart. I'm going to save that ribbon for something else. That's a good piece of ribbon. These are craft scissors, not fabric scissors, so I can cut all these plastic things with it without anybody needing to freak out, including myself. So we'll just take a look at one. So these are 9 by 9, but we need to cut off the edge. And I think we need to iron it first because we want this to be nice and smooth when we are cutting, and we also want our scrap fabric to be nice and smooth. I have these all ironed nice and flat, and I ironed my scrap fabrics that I'm going to use. Now, to be most efficient with this, because these are 9 by 9, but we need to cut this off, I'm going to cut these into 8-inch squares. And I thought using the rotating cutting mat would make that easy. I'm just cutting a little bit off. Let's see. So we have 2 sides that are squared. And it's going to be right here. So it looks like it might have a teeny bit of that curved bias binding, but that's going to end up in the seam allowance. So I think this is going to work. All right, so we have 8 by 8, and now we are going to cut it into 4-inch squares. Okay, so from one we get 4 squares, but they happen to be doubled, but it's very thin. So I'm going to keep them together. So I'm going to use the 2 layers for each of mine. So from one set of 6 towels, we are going to be able to make 24 of these reusable face cleaners if we cut them to 4 by 4. And they were $8.48 when I bought them, divided by 24. That's going to be 35 cents each for your material. And then I'm using fabric scraps, so I'm calling that a sunk cost. You need to know these things if you're going to sew and sell, or if you're on a budget for gift making and you want to try and keep things in a certain range. So always do your calculations and figure out your cost per unit. And because this fabric is so stretchy, it really makes using this rotary mat that much easier, because having to shift and line it up each time becomes a little bit more difficult when you're using something stretchy like this. And I'm just kind of stacking them so they're tilted, just so the 2 pieces stay together. And once I get all of those cut, I'm going to just cut my scraps into 4 by 4 pieces as well. And I'm using scraps from my Honeybees and Sunflowers Please fabric that came out from Riley Blake Designs in March of 2023. Often for older fabrics, you might be able to find it on Etsy, easier than in shops, but do check your local shops if they carry Riley Blake fabric as well. You could make these all the same fabric. You could do a variety like I am. It just really depends if you're starting from bigger pieces of fabric or if you're trying to use up some of your scraps from your scrap bin. Let me know in the comments what you think. Who are you going to make this for? Are you going to use one fabric? Are you going to use a few? I'd love to know. Now that we have a lot of these cut, we're going to put the washcloth microfiber material on the right side of our fabric. And then I'm going to use clips. And we're going to sew all the way around with a 1/4-inch seam and leave maybe 2 inches open on one side for turning. I'm going to put them on a design board as I get them clipped together. Usually I use this for quilting to organize quilt blocks, but it is going to be a good way to move these from my workspace over to my sewing machine. And if you want to learn how to make these, it's just foam core, extra batting, and fabric on the edge. I will put a link to the video tutorial. Okay, I have 8 ready, so let's just go sew those together and see how this turns out. So now I'm just going to sew around, leave about 2 inches open to turn with a 1/4-inch seam. And I am using a walking foot, or on the Janome it's called an AccuFeed foot, that helps move the top fabric as well as the bottom is being moved by the feed dogs on the machine. This is pretty stretchy. I'm just using a regular stitch and trying to hold it all in place. If it stretches a teeny bit, we're going to be clipping those corners anyway, so it should be fine. As you can see, when they were cut, it was a good square, but it did push a little bit and stretch. Since I did the original filming, I figured out a way to do these faster. You don't actually have to clip these together, which is going to save a ton of time. I'm making more, and I just put the fabrics in piles, and then I'm just going to put this square right on top. It stretches a little bit just as much whether you pin it ahead of time or not. So I'm just going to put it down, and I'm going to hold it in place with my hands. So being able to just take them from the pile, put them together and start sewing is going to be a big time saver if you're either making a bunch just for yourself or for gifts, or if this is something that you want to add to your sew and sell project list. Now I'm just going to turn that over and I'm going to clip those corners. Make sure you don't clip the stitching. You're just trying to get some of that bulk out that needs to turn into that corner. Because again, it is a face cleaner, I'm not super concerned about these corners being super sharp. Here's one that I did. I'm fine with them being kind of curved. It actually gives it kind of a nice shape for this. But if you want it to be sharper, I will put a link to a video that shows you how to add little pieces of thread to make these corners sharper. It's just, to me, not something that's worth it for this kind of a project. Now I'm just going to turn this right side out and then we're going to press it. You will also notice there's a bit of fuzz, so you are going to need to be aware and probably clean. If you have a top loading like me, you're going to need to clean your sewing machine definitely when you're done with this. And if you're making a lot of them, you might want to double check it after you've done, I don't know, 10 or 12, just to make sure you don't have a ton of fuzz in there that is going to mess up your machine. All right, so now we're going to press it and we're going to press that opening under. Now I have them all sewn together and pressed. Look how cute. And now I just need to top stitch around the edges. I want to keep the white on the top. So I put a navy blue bobbin thread and then I'll use white for the top thread. And because I don't want a knot on the other side, I'm going to raise my bobbin thread. So foot down, needle up, give a tug. I feel like I've shown this so many times, but I know it'll be new to somebody. Okay, grab it with my tweezers, put it under the foot, and I'm going to hold both the top and the bobbin thread right here while I take about 2 stitches forward and back. And that just keeps that from getting pulled down into the machine and creating a knot. So look how cute. Edge stitched, it's soft. We're going to have to give it a try. So I'm just going to do that for all of the squares. So now I have all 8 done. Super cute. And you can either just give, keep, store, sell them like this, or you can create a little bag. I've seen people make little mesh bags so they can put them through the laundry, but a lot of times the mesh bag they put them in isn't going to separate these enough for them to actually get clean. You need one that's kind of big so these can move around. I'm going to do just a simple drawstring bag that would be great for gifting or selling these. So what I've done is I've taken more extra of this fabric that matches some, and it is 7.5 inches wide by 19.5 inches high. Or you could do 2 7.5 inches by 10 inches, and that's going to be nice and roomy for these and include a drawstring. So I pretty much have about 2 inches on each side because we need to have that, and then you need about 2 inches to come down to make that drawstring channel. So I could make it a little shorter. Let's see. Nah, I'm going to keep it like this. We'll see what happens. So I'm going to fold it in half, right sides together. Now I'm just going to line it up on my grid, and I'm going to make a mark 2 inches down on each side. And that's going to become the channel for the drawstring. Now I'm just going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam from those lines that we marked down to the bottom on each side. Now you could do a French seam. We're not doing that with this one. We're just having a raw edge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a wavy rotary cutter, or you could use pinking shears, and I'm going to cut along the stitch line, just up to this line. Don't go all the way up, making sure that I don't cut the stitches. And that is going to help it not fray. Next, I'm going to clip on that line just to where the stitch line would be. That's going to help us fold that channel in nice and easily. I'm going to bring my ironing board over. I'm going to grab my hot ruler, which is, if you haven't seen it, is kind of flexible, almost feels fuzzy, like, I don't know, felted, but it has all the measurements. I can put it on here. We want to fold and press this a 1/4 inch, so it makes it really easy. I just fold it down, make sure it's on that line, and I can iron right on top of this ruler. Gets a really quick straight edge. And I'm going to flip it over and do the same. Now when you're doing the second one, you want to make sure it's going to be even with the first one. So if you have to fold it down a teeny bit more, you can. You just want them to line up. So that's part one. Part one should have been fold the sides in and press. So my clapper not only helps make the creases nice and crisp, but it also pulls the heat out of the fabric. And so then it's not going into my fingers. Instead, it is going into the wood. So I apologize. This should have been the first step. But as you can see, you can make it the second step if you get ahead of yourself like I did. I'm going to refold the top folds that we did. Press those. Now I'm going to take this to the sewing machine and I'm going to sew all 4 of these just to hold this in place so that it doesn't come out and fray. And then what we'll do is we will fold this down and make our channel for our drawstring. But first we're going to sew these 4 sections. So I'm going to use a leader fabric. I'll just make things go faster, which is basically a scrap of fabric that I can start on and any knots will go there so I don't have to pull up my bobbin thread for all 4 of these small spots. And then when I get onto my project, I'll take a couple of stitches back. Now when I'm doing this, you want to make sure the other side is folded down. You don't want to be sewing these together. You want to be sewing each side individually. And then you just trim that leader fabric off and do the other one. Do this one from the front so I can use the leader fabric easily again. And then I'm going to fold down the side that we just did and we're going to do the other side. Now we have those edges sewn. That helps keep this folded down and the sides folded in. And now we're just going to fold it down so that this fold is just below where we stopped sewing. I'm going to fold the other one. I'm going to press them at the same time just to make sure they're even. I'm going to take it to the sewing machine and I'm going to sew all the way around and I'll just fold the seam allowance so that it tucks under one of these sides. Now, because of the style sewing machine I have, I can't fit bags and things to go around because nothing comes off. This table will come off, but it stays this wide. So I always have to sew bags and things like that from the inside where my top is going to the inside. If you can put this around the throat of your machine, you're going to leave yours like this and sew. But I have to turn it right side out and do it the opposite way. So it totally depends on your sewing machine. So I'm going to just lay this seam allowance down flat. I'm going to start back here. And I am going to pull up my bobbin thread, especially since my bobbin thread is on the outside of the bag. And I don't want a knot on the outside of the bag. And now I'm just going to sew all the way around. And this is making the channel for our drawstring. And then when I get here, I need to lay that seam allowance flat again. So let's see how this turned out. I think it could have been a bit shorter. Let's try it. Put these in here, nice, very roomy for sure. They're coming to here. So we could have done about 2 inches shorter, but this will be a nice, cute little bag. Makes the gift look bigger if you're doing it as a gift. Easy to put them in and out. And could just be a bag to be used for something else later. I'm going to try using white rickrack for my ties because I think that would be fun. So to do your ties, because we have this open on both sides, I'm going to put 2 sets so we can just pull like this. Each string or ribbon or whatever you have needs to be twice the width of your bag plus a few inches. Just be a little bit generous because you can always trim that, but you don't want it to be difficult when you're getting it together. So I just measured the one and then I will just make this one the same size. And then you could use a safety pin, but I am going to try this threader set. It comes with 5 of them and see how I like it. I think it's supposed to be faster. So we put whatever you're threading through there, double it over a bit, and then I'm just going to feed the stick through. Much easier on your hands than using a safety pin. I like it. And then you're going to bring it back through so that it comes out the other side. And using this is also why you want it to be generous. Oh my gosh, that was so easy. I love these. I'll put a link. Now for the second one, you want your ends to come out of this side. So we're going to start and stop on the side where we just looped with the first one. This is one of those inexpensive tools that if you do a lot of drawstrings or bags like that, definitely going to be worth the investment. And because it comes with multiples, it could be easy to use with a group if you're teaching 4-H kids or scouts to sew. So now you want to make sure these strings stay at least so that they are flat. So I made these way too long. Then I'm just going to knot them and then just trim about 1/4 inch from the knot. And I'll knot this side. I usually try and make it about the same length. Clip that. And then you just put your reusable makeup removers and then you just pull and it's in a cute little bag. Okay, let's see how it works. I haven't used one before, so you're in it with me. Glasses off. Grab my makeup remover. Okay, put some of that on there. It's nice and soft, I will say that. All right, so there's all my makeup from this eye. Now let's see if it rinses out pretty well. I know I would put it through the laundry too, but just to see if we can get some of it out right away with soap. Yeah, that gets a lot cleaner than I expected. And that's just with hand soap really quickly in the sink. So I think I'm a convert. This is a lot bigger than using this. It's also a lot softer and it's just gonna be way more economical. So I think I'm gonna add this to my list of things that I'm going to make for people in my family that want to be more eco-friendly or that I just wanna make something cute because you just don't know what to get them. So let me know in the comments if you're gonna try this too. My name is Tara Reed. I'm an artist, a fabric designer with Riley Blake Designs, and I love to teach easy sewing projects, how to sew and sell, things to sew and sell, and quilting for beginners. So make sure you subscribe to my channel, click that bell so that YouTube will notify you, and let's just have so much fun. If you're a fan of 2.5 inch pre-cut strips that you buy in little packs like this, I'm going to show you how to turn your extra scraps into nail file holders. And I'm going to show you how you can make them for any size nail file. Have you ever stuck your hand in your purse and inadvertently messed up your nail or scratched the top of your polish with one of the nail files in there? Ugh, it is the worst. This is where cute little fabric nail file holders come into play. Now, most nail files come in these 2 sizes. You can get those real little skinny ones too. The 7 inches and then the 3.5 inch long. And you can buy these in bulk. You will be shocked at how inexpensive they are on Amazon. You can get like 100 to 200 of these for $5 to $10. And these for 100, you can get between, I think, $5 and $12. It just depends. If you want to just go with a basic color, it's going to be less expensive than something fun. This is an incredibly budget-friendly project. Let's start with this one. I am going to cut it to 14.5 inches long. Now, the way you figure out the length that you need is you measure the length of your nail file, you multiply it by 4, and you add 1/2 inch. Now we're just going to fold it, matching the short ends. We're going to take it to the sewing machine and just sew straight down both sides. Now we're going to sew each side with a 1/4 inch seam. Now, if you're going to be making more than one at a time, just daisy chain, go down one side of all of them and then the other side, and you can just clip them off and keep going in one long strip. From one 40-inch strip of 2.5 inch wide fabric, you can make one long and one short nail file holder. Now I'm just going to clip these corners a teeny bit on the folded end so that it's going to make a better point when we turn that right side out. And I like to do really long angled to get a lot of that fabric out of there. If you have tube turners, this is the perfect project for it. I use the 1/2 inch. If you don't, you're just going to use your fingers, turn these right side out. But let me show you how this tube turner works. You put the hollow part into your project. It's even more important on longer ones. And then you take your stick with the pointier end going in first, and you push the fabric into the tube and pull it. See how fast that is? Now, when you use the pointy part, you can then use that as your turner and push those corners out. You want to do that really slowly and gently so that you don't all of a sudden see that point come through your fabric and get really bummed. So that's set. If I didn't have the tube turner, I could turn this right side out. Like you turn anything right side out, push that in, pull it out as best you can. It's a little harder on your fingers. It takes a lot longer without this tool. And it's very inexpensive. They're usually under $10 for a set of 3. And I use them for so many different projects. I would highly recommend you go grab one. I will have a link to find it on Amazon, or you can find it in most sewing stores, Michael's, places like that. Imagine how much of a pain that would be to do by hand, but with the tube turner, it is lickety split. And this is the size for one of the longer nail files. So I pulled it down. You don't want to pull this off until you have the fabric through, because you want to hold that fabric, pull that down, pull that off. But see how fast that was? These are amazing if you're making aprons and have those really long straps. You can turn them right side out in a jiffy. So now let's take all 3 of these. We're just going to make 3 at once today. We're going to take all 3 of these to the ironing board. So what we need to do is we need to get these seams pulled out evenly. We don't want it to be folded over. Like, we don't want any of the fabric tucked in as we press. So I usually just take my fingers and I move them back and forth and get one side good and iron that side, and then press down with the tailor's clapper. And then I come and do the other side. I find trying to do both at the same time, I often end up with one side not quite right, where it's, not pulled out as much, and then it's not going to be straight. And then I'm using this to help cool off the fabric and really set that so it is nice and flat. So I'm going to get all 3 of these to that same stage, and then we are going to press those raw edges in, and we are going to sew across the top to basically make a closed fabric tube. Turn that under about 1/4 inch. If you go a little bit further, it's totally fine. This is not a quilt block, so it's not something that needs to be super precise. Just make sure it is folded and even, and then press that. I've seen other tutorials where people use interfacing or even a stiff interfacing to make the nail holders harder, but I really don't think it's necessary because the nail file is going to do that for you. And I am all about quick and easy projects with as few materials as possible. So let's not make this more complicated than it needs to be and just use a piece of fabric. And as you can see, if you just do each step multiple times, you can really whip out a bunch of these at once. So that does make it a great gift, a great project or idea to sew and sell, because you can use your fabric scraps. It's not going to take you a lot of time. The nail files aren't expensive, and it is a great impulse purchase if you sell at craft fairs or online. These are all pressed and ready, so we're going to go back to the machine and we're going to sew straight across the open edges of all 3. If you want your thread to coordinate so it's not very visible, you could pick something that matches. But because I'm doing a few, I'm just going to use white thread so that I can get all 3 of these done quickly. And I did one where it matched the green, so I'll be able to show you the difference that the thread can make. I'm going to use a little leader fabric, which is just a little scrap piece of fabric that I'm going to put behind what I am sewing, because then I can start back here. I don't have to worry about pulling up the bobbin thread, and I can just sew right onto here, back stitch, and get that sewed closed. So you're not going to have any kind of a bird's nest on the project, and you don't have to take that time to pull up the bobbin thread. I like to do that when I'm starting off of the edge of a project. Just makes it easier and faster. So we have all 3 of those. Now we're just going to take that leader fabric off the back so that we can use it again. Snip these apart, cutting off the excess thread in between if there is any. And we're going to go back to the workspace. I'm going to show you how to decide how much to fold these up before we finish the sewing. Isn't this easy? Who are you going to make them for first? I would love to know. Now we are going to fold these up and sew them together. So this one, the nail file is almost all the way in. You can also make them longer and have them flap over, but this is the quickest and easiest way. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your strips of fabric and you're going to put the folded side up. Then you're going to place your nail file on there, and you're going to fold it up. If you want it to be exactly like that, you can just sew here and here as 2 separate stitch lines. But because I like things to move a little bit faster, I like to sew down, across, and up and be done. Which means this is going to stick out a little bit more because you're going to lose here. So see, that's where the edge of that nail file is. So now it's coming across the top. So I'm gonna just move this down a little bit more, fold that up, because I want my file to not go above the backing. So that is how long I want that one. I'm just going to put a little clip in there and do the same thing on this one. And oh my gosh, isn't this tape measure perfect with the little quilt block fabric? Love it. So I'm pushing to make sure there's about a 1/2 inch up there, because then when I push that up a little to accommodate for the stitching that's going to go across there, we know how much it's going to come out. And if you don't want as much sticking out, just use a longer strip of fabric. Back to the sewing machine, we are almost done. Now on the last step, I taught you a trick to not have to pull the bobbin thread up, but here you're going to need to, because we're starting in the center of fabric. There's fabric in front and behind where you're starting, and you're going to see the back. What you do is you hold the top thread, put your foot down, put your needle down, lift your needle, give a little tug, and then I always keep tweezers so that I can grab that without poking my finger. It also helps me push those threads down, get it under the foot. Now I'm going to hold both of these threads as I take my first few stitches forward and back to knot. And that will prevent the machine from pulling that thread under and creating what we love to call bird's nests. They are so quick and easy to sew. Throw them in your purse. These make great gifts. Teacher appreciation. They could be shower favors. You could put them into a little self-care box, a manicure gift. So many things that you can do with these. So that one is done. Now I'm going to do the same thing with the other two. All that's left is to add the nail files. How cute is that? Let me know in the comments if you're going to give this as a solo gift, if you're going to make a little manicure, pedicure gift pack with it, what you plan to do. I'm always curious about what people do with my projects. Make sure you have subscribed to my channel, hit that bell so YouTube lets you know every time I post something. I'm back with another tutorial that I wish you could smell. My room smells delicious because I have been doing sample lavender sachets. I'm going to show you a few ways that you can sew these up, a few different sizes, and you will see how incredibly easy these are to do. This could be a great gift for someone that's hard to buy for, your mom. It could be a teacher gift. You could do these smaller ones and make them little baby shower or bridal shower favors, something a little bit different. Lots and lots of ways to use them. So as you're watching this, leave me a comment. Let me know what you're inspired to do with these. First, we're going to need scraps of fabric. These were made out of 4.5 inch squares. They're a bit bigger. They're very fragrant. Or you could do part rice and part lavender if you didn't want them to be quite as fragrant as this set of 3 is. But look how cute it looks all wrapped up in the twine. These are made out of 4x4, and I've stuffed them differently. You can see this one has quite a bit more lavender in it than this one. Totally up to you how you want this to work. Now this one I added a little string to, like if you wanted to put it over a hanger and put it in your closet just to keep things a little bit fresher, or you could hang it in your sewing room. When people go by it and it moves a little bit, it'll activate that lavender smell and just be really pretty. I had sewn it across the top, and now I wish I had sewn across the bottom. You want to do the little hangers, I just did 4 inches. So you only have to remember one number, 4x4 squares, 4 inches of rickrack or ribbon or whatever you want to use. Then you're going to want to get some coordinating ribbons and bobbin threads so that you're not going to have this big white line. The lavender, of course, and I will have a link to where I got this on Amazon. This is the same bag that we made the sleep masks with. It's very compact. So once you pour it out and it fluffs up a little bit, you get a lot more than you realize from this size bag. Now I have pre-cut some of these to 4x4, and one of the things that I wanted to point out was this bird fabric. And if you watch many of my videos, you'll know I'm a big fan of fussy cutting because I design a lot of fabric that has icons on it. Now look at how cute that's going to be because I centered it very purposefully, hence the name fussy cutting. I was fussy about where I cut so that this icon's going to be right in the middle. This one is not fussy cut. It's just I cut 4 inches off the end and that's what I got. So I guess that butterfly is centered, but everything else is just kind of cut off and it's just not going to be as cute. I'm going to show you really quickly how to fussy cut if you're using fabric that has icons that you just really want to be cute in the middle. Now for this, I'm also going to get my rotating cutting mat, and I love this one from Creative Grids. It's a little bit bigger than most. It's 14 inches, so if you are a quilter, this is a wonderful size because you can trim a 12 by 12 block on it because it's 12.5 inches by 12.5 inches before you put it into your quilt. And if you're working with a 12 by 12, which is a pretty standard size, it's got to hang off the edges so you can't really trim it on there. So when I was doing the 4.5 inch, I had a 4.5 inch block, and this one I love because that blue is exactly a 1/4 inch. So that's what you'll lose when you sew. So everything that you see is what you will get. So that makes it fun to just move it around. And that's so much easier to see exactly what we will get if we were to do a 4.5 inch. So this is where I really like having this, because now I'm not moving my fabric, I'm not moving my ruler, I'm just moving the mat. So everything is gonna stay. I'm not gonna have to line anything up again, and it's going to be the perfect size. Now, another thing that I would recommend for these, because the lavender is kind of dark, I wouldn't use a totally white fabric. So for example, I wouldn't use this. Basically white with very subtle little sunshines on there, but you can see my fingers through it. So you would definitely see the lavender, which I don't think would be as nice. So I like to stick with prints that have a little bit of color to them. So we're just gonna put these flowers on the back of that. Now these flowers are also directional. You'll notice the bottoms of all the stems are down here, the tops are up here. So you wanna make sure you put these together so that the top is at the same side. The next step to keep this nice and easy to sew together, and it makes it a lot faster to do a bunch of them, is we're going to pre-press the fold under of this. We're not gonna sew anything together, we're gonna press first. Now, as I mentioned, I'm not in love with the stitching on the top, so we're going to press on the bottom. So we're gonna turn it wrong side up. I'm gonna grab my hot ruler. I'm gonna eyeball that that's about a 1/4 inch, and then if I fold it down and it hits that line, ooh, I got a pretty good eye. And then you can just take the iron and it goes right on this ruler. If you're not familiar with these, they're amazing because you can measure and press right on there. Then I'm taking my quilter's clapper, which is just a piece of unfinished hardwood. It helps that crease and it helps absorb the heat. And if you were to use steam, it would help absorb any moisture. Now you'll notice it's not super creased because it did have to go around the ruler. So whenever I do that, I come back and I press it one more time and hit it with the clapper one more time, just to get it a little bit flatter. So now we have the bottom folded under, and we'll do the same thing on this one. And we're gonna make sure we're folding the bottom. So however many you're going to do, you're just going to cut all your squares, and then you're going to do this step of ironing on all of them. I think these would be fine to do individually if you were doing them for a party favor, like a bridal shower or a baby shower. But if you're giving them as a gift, I think they're cute to do in a little set of 3, tie them with a little bow or the little twine like I had there. And one thing I would recommend is if you are doing this for a party where you're going to be having a lot, I would put them in little plastic bags. Kind of like you would package a cookie, right? Put them in there, you could tie a bow around it, put a little sticker, thank you for coming. Because if you have like 30 or 40 of these sitting out, that scent might be a little overwhelming for some people that are sensitive to that. Be aware of that. It's also that would also be a great way to sew and sell them. Have them packaged so that they stay clean. Maybe have one out so that people can smell the lavender and make sure that they like the scent of the lavender that you have. Now, if you want to do them with the little string, or ribbon or whatever you want to use, you're just going to fold it in half and you're going to loop it so it goes in. Match these folded edges. And if you want to, you could baste it on there, but when I'm doing this, I just put it there and I clip that. All right, so we have those pressed and ready to sew. So let's head to the sewing machine. Now I have a few sets that I'm going to sew together and I'm going to chain stitch them, but I'm going to start using a leader fabric, which is just a scrap piece of fabric that I can start on so I don't have to knot. I just start stitching there, and if anything gets pulled down and get any bird's nest, it's going to be on this piece of junk and not on your project. Then you're going to take your fabrics and put them right sides together, matching the folded edges. And because these are so small, I don't pin or clip them. If you're new, you might want to, or if it just makes you more comfortable, that's fine. The most important is to make sure these folded edges are lined up. If somehow these are slightly off, it does not matter because I don't think anybody's going to be measuring to make sure every single one of these is the same size. I also use white thread when I'm just sewing all of these together, and then I change to the colors when I'm sewing them closed after we've added the lavender. So I'm going to move forward, but when I get onto my project, I'm just going to go back and forth a few stitches to knot that, and then just keep sewing around with a 1/4 inch seam. You can cut that leader fabric off. Now sometimes this bottom part will flip and open when it hits the edge of my needle plate. So I'm always watching to make sure that that stays folded. Then I also use my scissors to hold this down as we get there. I don't want my finger too close to that, and I want to make sure that goes under the presser foot. And now we're going to daisy chain this because we're not going to stop. We're just going to move on to the next one. So now I'm going to take these orange, I'm going to line up the folds and do the same thing. And then I often just cut them off as they start swinging around, since they're not going to just keep going forward like if you're daisy chaining for quilt blocks. The next steps are to clip the corners, flip them right side out, fill them with lavender, and put clips on them so that the lavender doesn't fall out as we head to the sewing machine, or even worse, into the sewing machine. So I'm just going to clip these corners, and I like to do longer angles. Gives a little bit better of a point, but this isn't a project that really requires a strong point. It looks really cute when it's just kind of curved and it's filled in anyway. So I don't even press these. I just clip those two corners, turn them right side out, and then just push that corner out with my finger. Then we're going to fill them. This is already pre-pressed under, and we will sew those together. So another idea I had was I think these could be great for like a coworker gift, or, you know, a girlfriend's girls' night gift, or favorite things gift. Maybe part of a favorite things gift. If you love lavender, you could make a set of sachets and a sleep mask for someone, for example. Anyway, let me know in the comments what you're thinking. Okay, I'm going to put this piece of fabric underneath. Lavender falls, we can then just funnel it from there and it won't get onto my mat. I do think this smaller size that starts with the 4x4, so it ends up about 3.5 by 3.5, is a good size if I was going to be making a lot of them. So if I was going to be making a set of 3 for like 5 of my girlfriends, I would do this because it's going to be still a great gift and it's going to take a lot less lavender. It's amazing how much less you would put in something this size than this size when the original square is only a 1/2 inch difference. It doesn't sound that much, but it's a pretty significant difference. All right, so fingers crossed. And then you can decide how much you want to fill them. I think about 1/2 to 3/4 full is a good amount. It just really depends how fragrant you want it to be. And then if they do start to lose their fragrance a little bit, you just shake them and it will reactivate the lavender. Then I'm just going to pinch these closed and add some clips. I usually do one on the end, one in the middle, and then I'll start sewing here. So I'm not going to put one there. I'll get these all filled and then we will go sew them all closed, which is going to require a few thread changes. Now, because we did press these and then sew them, you do need to be careful when you're sewing them closed to make sure that that seam doesn't stick out. Just kind of make sure it's tucked in there. But it's much, much faster to do that pressing before you even sew this together. Okay, so we have all 5 filled and clipped. Let's head back to the sewing machine. So now there's going to be thread changes so that I get everything coordinated. First, I have yellow on top and a yellow bobbin thread. For this one, that is yellow on both sides. And because we don't want to knot, I'm going to be pulling up the bobbin thread. So I put that down, hold this thread, foot down, foot up. Give that a little tug, grab that thread, and push it back. Then I can just go forward and back a few stitches. And this is just going to make sure that neither of these threads are going to get pulled down and create a big old bird's nest knot. Now you also want to make sure you have your lavender away from the edge. You want this just to be fabric on fabric. You don't want any lavender in your sewing machine or in your stitches. So now I'm going to change my top thread to blue to match this and keep the yellow on the bottom, or the bobbin rather. We have 3 more with blue on the top and they all have green on the bottom. So I'm just going to change the bobbin thread. I like doing the daisy chaining. It saves a lot of time, and as long as you clip those threads really close to the edge, I don't think anyone is going to know that you did it. All right, that's a wrap. So first let's look at these with little hang strings. Which way do you like it better? With it sewn across the top or sewn across the bottom? I definitely like that because if you're going to hang it up, it's going to be less noticeable with the stitch line down there. But either works if you forget and do it that way as well. Then these remind me a little bit of the bean bags, except they would be very light. Children would be very disappointed in them. And then we did the 2 different sizes. So you could do little piles. We could do a set of 2, a set of 3. You could do all birds. I don't know, I think it's kind of fun to do the mixed colors, makes for a fun selection. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Make sure that you subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any more easy sewing projects, fabric scrap projects, quilting for beginners, or ideas to sew and sell. My name is Tara Reed. I am an artist and a fabric designer with Riley Blake Designs, and I love to teach easy sewing projects and also kind of the business side of creativity. I've been an entrepreneur licensing my art to manufacturers to put on all kinds of products. My favorite is fabric. Don't tell my other clients. And also helping artists and creative people like you learn to make money doing what they love. In this video, I am going to show you how to make a roll-up holder that just rolls like this and holds with an elastic strap for a pack of 8 jumbo crayons. Each crayon has its own little pocket, and it is the perfect holder for home, for storage, for the car, for travel, wherever your little one wants to take these big crayons and get creative. I'm also going to show you how to do it with directional fabric. We all know that toddlers in particular often really love things that have those characters on them. Now, it's much easier, I will say, to do a roll-up with non-directional fabric. This is made out of one piece of fabric. It is folded, sewn together, rolled up, because nothing matters as far as the direction goes. Now, with directional fabric, that becomes a problem. I made this one like it was non-directional fabric. So I cut one piece of fabric, I folded this up, and I made the pockets, and look what happened. The designs on the pocket are upside down, total bummer. Right side up here, right side up above the crayons, but the pockets upside down. That doesn't thrill me. So today I'm going to show you, instead of using one piece of fabric, you're going to use 3 pieces of fabric, but then everything is right side up. And then I chose to use just an accent fabric because I ran out of this. I just hit my scrap bin and found something that is absolutely perfect to coordinate with this fabric. Before we get started, I'm going to share something important with you. What is really, really important for you to know and understand is this. Let's look at the legal warning here. And this may be an unpopular opinion among many people because I definitely see this heatedly debated on social media, but here's the legality of it. And I'm not a lawyer, but I have licensed my art for over 21 years, so I do understand copyrights and how this works. Always defer to the selvage. Don't believe what a girl on Facebook tells you and says, no, it's fine if you're selling less than 50 or however many, you can totally sell it. No, you cannot. This says, sold for non-commercial, home use only. That means if I make these, I cannot sell them. No money can be exchanged. I can show you how to make them. I can give this to my nephew, my great nephew, as a gift, but I cannot make these, sell these on Etsy, sell these at craft fairs, etc., etc. Now, does that mean people don't do it? Does that mean a lot of them don't get caught? But if they get caught, I can guarantee you that Paw Patrol Company has a lot more money for lawyers than you do. So it's bad karma, and it is just too much of a risk, in my opinion, to take. Now, with that caveat out of the way, let's take a look at the supplies that we need. In addition to the fabric, this is what I'm going to be using today. We obviously need the crayons. You're going to need some way to mark those intervals that you will be stitching to make the pockets. You can use a heat erasable pen or pencil and a ruler. You can use painter's tape, or I am going to be using my sewing machine's seam guide, and I will show you how that works. This is especially helpful if you're going to be making a bunch of them because you just put it in your sewing machine, set it up, and it is good to go for as many intervals as you want. Some clips, quilter's clapper, rotary cutter, and I'm also going to be using a hot ruler. This and this, totally optional, but I love them both, and I think they make things go faster and smoother. A hot ruler, it's like this flexible, kind of fuzzy feeling ruler. You can iron right on it. Now, let's get to the fabric. So just to review, if this was non-directional or I didn't care if half of it was upside down on the pocket, I would just use 2 pieces of fabric cut to the same size. But because I want everything right side up, we're going to be using 3 pieces of fabric. This is going to be the inside. This fabric is going to be where this green is. So it's on the inside of the pocket. I'm going to sew these two fabrics together so that they're the same size as this one, but so that when we fold it up, the pocket fabric will be right side up like it is on this roll up instead of upside down like it is on this one. I had a decision to make. I could have used this for the inside and these two for the outside, so it would have been more similar to this, but I know this kid loves Paw Patrol and he would rather see as many Paw Patrol characters than green, so we're going to go with all three pieces like this. So our inside fabric is cut to 11 inches by 10 inches high. The outside fabric is cut to 11 inches by 6.5 inches, and this is our pocket fabric, and this one is cut to 11 inches by 4.5 inches. The first thing we need to do is we need to put these two together and sew them together. Here's the key to getting everything right side up. These need to be reverse. So this is right side up, this is upside down. Put them together, add some clips, and sew along here with a 1/4 inch seam. I grabbed a piece of scrap fabric that I'm going to be using a lot for this project, and it is called a leader fabric because it leads your sewing. What you do is you put it on top of your feed dogs and you start sewing on this scrap fabric. Leave a little bit of space before you go on to your project and then sew to your project. That way, if there's any bird's nests or anything, they're going to be back on this leader fabric and you don't have to take the time to pull up your bobbin thread. The main thing to remember is that when you get to your project, just go a few stitches, then go backwards and forwards to lock the stitches on your project. Now that we have sewn these two pieces together, I'm going to set my seam. This is something very commonly done in quilting, and what it means is you just iron over your stitch line before you fold anything back, and then I come back and I press with my clapper. If you're not familiar with this, it's a piece of unfinished wood. It absorbs the heat and it helps to press any air or wiggle in the fabric, so this is nice and flat. Taking the seconds to do that whenever you are sewing makes your end result just that much more professional. Now I'm just going to push this forward and we are going to iron that down and press that again, gets the heat out and really sets that press. The next step is to put these together, right sides together, and sew. But you'll notice the one where we put two pieces together is a little bit longer, and that's actually on purpose. I didn't want it to be short if somehow your seam was a little bit more than a 1/4 inch. So I added this little step where you're just going to line this up, lining it up with the bottom 4.5 inch section, and then just turn it and trim that edge to match. It's basically a 1/2 inch if your seams are perfect, but cutting that off and having it correct is better than having it too short. If you have lefties like my dad in your family and you want to be able to say, and I made it for you because you're left-handed, here's what you're going to do. You're going to put these together. If you want it to be left-handed, leave the left side open, sew these 3 sides. If you want it to be right-handed, you're going to leave the right side open, sew these 3 sides. We're going to make it right-handed because pretty sure I'm just going to put a few clips to keep this lined up and also remind me which of the 3 sides I'm going to be sewing. Then we're going to go and sew these with a 1/4 inch seam. Our next step is to clip these corners without clipping the stitching. And I like to do it in 2 steps, cutting at a deeper angle than you would get if you just cut straight across. That will have less fabric that needs to get folded in there and give you a better corner when you turn it right side out. The next step, you have a decision to make, and I'm going to show you my current favorite way. When we turn this right side out and to make our holder, we're going to have to turn this raw edge in, so it'll go inside when it's right side out, a 1/4 inch, which most people turn it right side out and then fold that in and press. I currently like to press before turning it right side out because I can see that I'm doing it straight. You can just eyeball it like that, or you can use your hot ruler, put it there, and then make sure that that edge is folded over right to that first line, which is a 1/4 inch, and press. Don't go all the way to the end because that's folded. So I usually go about 1 inch from the end, get that pressed. Then I turn it over and I do the same thing on this side. Keep the other side folded under as you're doing this. Or on the second side, you can just eyeball it and make it line up with the first side. But now you have these two ends to deal with. So what I do is I just open it up a little bit. And then I just fold that down so that it is even with the two sides where it was already pressed. Let me know in the comments if you've tried this, if you're gonna try it, if you just prefer the other way, or if you have other little tricks. This part's just always a teeny bit of work no matter how you do it. Okay, so we have that done. Now we're going to turn it right side out, getting those corners pushed out. And if they're not pushing out well enough with your fingers, grab a turning tool or even a chopstick, and you just, whatever you use, you want to push very gently and just push that out as well as you can. And then we just need to get this pressed nice and flat with these seams out. You don't want it tucked in like that and folded at all. So just take a minute, I usually just kind of roll my fingers to make sure that's out, and I do one side at a time. Make sure this stays folded under as you are pressing this. You can use your clapper if you want to. You don't have to. So I got that one side done. This is the folded side. This is the tucked under side. So I'm going to do the other sewn side. And then I'm going to just push out to flatten that fold so everything is nice and flat. So this is the inside. This is the outside with the two pieces. This one, the top's here. This one, the top's here. So now comes the magic. What you're going to do is you're going to make sure this stays tucked in. And then you're going to fold this up at that seam line, which is basically folding it up 4 inches. Now, if you want to use the hot ruler just to make sure you get it turned nice and straight, this is more important, honestly, when you're doing non-directional fabric, but I sometimes use it with the directional as well. I make sure this is lined up on the edge. And I just kind of move it and make sure that seam line is right on the edge of my ruler. Everything's lining up. And then you can just press right over that ruler. Then, because there's a slight thickness to that, I usually take it off, press it one last quick time, and then hit it with the clapper. We have the left side open. This is the folded side, and this is folded up. Now what we need to do is we need to make our pockets for our crayons and add our elastic loop. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to sew about 1/8 of an inch, slightly less than 1/4 inch on the folded side. And I like to go all the way from the bottom to the top, just so it's going to be even and kind of hold this top part together when we get here. So let's head back to the sewing machine. When I can, I just pull the threads out of the leader fabric so they don't get in my way. Now I'm going to be sewing down this side. And this is basically the first stitch to hold this pocket together and establish the first seam of which we're going to measure all of the pocket stitching off of. Now you need to decide how you want to draw your lines or add your guidelines for sewing each of the pockets for the crayons. This is 1-inch painter's tape, which is perfect for regular size crayons. But jumbo crayons, we need 1 1/4 inches in between the stitch line. So what you can do if you want to use the painter's tape is pull a piece off, put it right on that stitch line. You want to make sure it doesn't go off of your fabric like that, because then it will stick to your sewing machine and things won't move smoothly. So make sure painter's tape is always on your fabric if you use it. And now we are just going to sew 1/4 inch beyond that tape. I'm going to be pulling up my bobbin thread so that I can start on this side. So put my foot down, put my needle down, holding my thread, pick it up, give it a little tug, grab the bobbin thread, put them both under the needle, go forward a few stitches, still holding these threads, backwards a few stitches, and then keep going. So now with the 1-inch tape and the 1/4 inch beyond it, we have the perfect distance for the jumbo crayons. So we can just lift this painter's tape, put it down on this stitch line, and do the same thing. that's one way to go. And honestly, that works pretty easily. We're used to sewing 1/4 inch from edges, so why not sew 1/4 inch from tape? You're going to be able to use that for at least one crayon roll up. If you're doing multiple, it might start to lose its stick, but let me know in the comments if you try it for multiple and how many times you can move this and get it to stay in place. The next way would be to take a ruler and use a pencil or a heat erasable pen, put the 1 1/4 line right on that stitch line, draw the line, and just sew on the drawn lines. The third way is to use the seam guide. Most sewing machines, if not all, come with a seam guide. Mine is metal, sometimes they are plastic, but it's basically this piece that's bent at a 90-degree angle, and you can put it into your foot, and you can use this as a guide, similar to using the numbers on your needle plate, but this will work as you move across fabric. I use it a lot for straight line machine quilting and also for projects like this. So I'm putting it into a walking foot. This is a Janome sewing machine. Look at if you have one of these and want to use it, look at your manual. It'll tell you how to do it on your machine, but this is the basics. So you put it in and you just push it through. It's coming out over here. You just can't see that. And then you're going to line it up for the increment that you need, which is 1 1/4. Now, when this seam guide runs along a stitch line, I know that I will be sewing 1 1/4 inches away on this side. So this is my favorite way of doing it, especially if I'm making a lot. I just set this once and I just keep using it. There's no tape to move. I don't have to draw lines all the time. I just keep rocking and rolling. So if I wanted to start off the end of the fold, I just flipped this to the other side and put it in. So it's basically upside down because this is designed for right-handed sewing, but I can have it so that it is on the left-hand side. It goes on the stitch line, and then I could use the leader fabric. Now, when you get to this last one, depending on how well you press this under and did your seams, I always do a quick size check before doing the second to the last line. Do I actually have 1 1/4 inch if I sew here and then a little bit more than 1 1/4 inch? And I do. So 1 1/4 inch here and a little bit more over here. So that's going to be perfect. You just want to make sure your last spot doesn't get a little bit too small for your jumbo crayon or whatever you're making a roll up for. And if it does, you just scooch that over maybe a teeny bit and it'll be a little bit snugger, but we do not have that problem. So now we have sewn the pockets all the way from this first end to here, and we're not sewing this yet until we put that elastic in. Now for the elastic, for an 8 jumbo crayon roll, you need a 7-inch piece of elastic. You're just going to fold that in half, matching those raw edges. We're going to want to put it in halfway between the bottom and the top of the roll. So I just fold it in half just to get an idea of where that halfway mark is, right there. So basically at the top of that bone. Now, here's an important part. You don't want to put it in between the 2 layers of the pocket. You want to put it in between the 2 layers of the backing. So the longer fold, not the shorter fold. So I'm just going to lift that up, put that in right at that bone. If it's not quite even, it's totally fine. And I'm putting that in about a little over 1/4 inch. And then I'm just going to clip that in place. Now, because this is pretty thick, because we have all the folded in part, I highly recommend pulling your bobbin thread up. And then I'm going to use this. It's another kind of leader fabric. It's basically a spacer. It's a piece of fabric I've folded and I just use over and over again to kind of get the fabric even. What this does is it helps your machine and your foot and your feed dogs move things when you're starting on the very edge of something rather thick. You basically want to use something that is going to be about the same height as the project you're working on, so your foot stays nice and straight. So I'm putting that back there. We're not going to stitch in that at all, unlike this one. Pull that bobbin thread up. These 2 pieces just push off the back, and we're going to sew about 1/8 of an inch from the edge just to make sure that we catch and close all of that part that we folded under. And then I use my scissors to hold it in place, keeping my fingers well away from that needle. Now to make sure that that stays nice and secure, we're going to back stitch over the elastic and also over the edge of the pocket. Now it is ready to clip all the threads and add the crayons. Now it is all done. Everything is right side up. Oh my gosh, my great nephew is going to love this. So now you're just going to put all the crayons in there. He's probably going to need help getting these crayons back in here, but it is a great way to carry crayons on the go. Slip it in your purse really easily. It doesn't take up a lot of room. You just roll it up like that. Take the elastic, and there you go. So if you don't want your kid to have screen time, just bring some paper, crayons, or a coloring book, and you are ready to go. This is the jumbo crayons. Let me just show you one other thing, and that is jumbo markers. Jumbo markers, or the washable markers, just broad tip markers. The washable ones, just these fatties, right? They are basically the same width as the crayons. So you're going to be sewing 1.25 inches across for each one, but they're a little bit taller. So the main difference between this and this is the markers come with 10 in a box, so you're going to need your fabric to be a little bit wider, and they're slightly taller than the crayon, so you're going to need your fabric to be slightly taller. So for a non-directional holder like this one, for the broadline, aka fat markers, you're going to need your fabric to be 26 inches wide by 7.5 inches high. Fold it up 4 inches just like we did with this, and sew at 1.5 inch increments. So there you have it. That is how you would do a jumbo crayon 8 set with directional fabric, so that everything is in the right direction and not upside down like it is on this one. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, share on social media, and if you make any of these and share them, be sure to tag me so I can see what fabric combo you decided to make. Happy sewing! Today, we're going to play with crayons. Now, originally, I had made this crayon roll up. It has been very popular on YouTube and in my Etsy shop, where it holds 6 crayons and a little notepad. But some people didn't want the notepad. They just wanted the crayon roll up. So that is what we are going to do today. This also is done with Velcro, and I tried that, but I found that using a little piece of 3/4 inch elastic is much easier. And I'm all about easy for something like this. I also realized that when I made it the same height, I really wasted some fabric because I don't need it this long unless you want it to fold down over to make sure the crayons aren't coming out. We're going to have a little bit above the crayons, so I don't think they're going to fall out anyway. I think we're going to do it so it's about like that. Now we're going to be making it for 8 crayons. You can make and fill 3 of these with every box of 24 crayons. They just roll up, put the elastic on there, and it is good to go. And then I also did this one that holds the entire box of 24 crayons and is double-sided. This is a nice and simple project. We need 1 piece of fabric, 1 piece of elastic, and we're going to do straight stitching, and then all you need are the crayons. So this is a great sewing for beginners, great way to teach kids or anyone to sew. So let's get started. First, for the 8 crayon roll up, we're going to need 17.5 inches wide. I basically do the number of crayons I want in my roll up times 2 plus 1.5, so that I have a little bit of extra for my seam when I tuck it under. Then for the 8 crayon roll up, we're going to use 5.5 inches of 3/8 inch flat elastic. You can use other elastic. You can probably use a hairband if you want to. This is what I have, and it works great, nice and easy for everyone. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to fold this in half, wrong sides together, and I'm just going to sew down both sides. Now I'm going to be using leader fabrics for this project because it's going to be a lot faster than pulling up my bobbin thread for all of the straight stitches that we're going to be doing. So a leader fabric is basically just a little scrap of fabric. I just take extras and cut them into little pieces that I keep by my sewing machine. We're going to start sewing on the leader fabric. Leave a little bit of a gap so that it isn't underneath that. And then by the time you get to your actual project, any bird's nest or knotting that might happen is going to have happened back here on our throwaway fabric, and you can go forward and back to catch that. So So you'll see the leader fabric is attached, but not connected. So you're just gonna cut that off, and then we will use it again over and over and over on this project. Now I am going to snip this a little bit, kind of basically like snipping the corner. Make sure you don't cut the folded part, just a little bit there so that we get a nice point when we turn this right side out. And now we're gonna go back to our workspace. All right, got my handy dandy portable ironing board. If you need to make one of these, check the link below because I did post a video on how I made this and I love it. Now what we need to do with this is we need to turn it right side out, and then the ends need to be turned under about 1/4 inch because we're going to be sewing that closed. So here is the question. Do you flip it and iron it before or after you turn it right side out? I keep changing my mind over time, but right now I have decided that it is a little bit easier to do when it is still inside out because I can visually see better how much I have flipped. So I'm just going to do that. Sometimes I will press those seams open before pressing this, but I'm not going to today. All right, so I have that. Now I'm going to turn this right side out. Get my cute little Riley Blake bird corner turner. I'm going to very gently push those corners out. And now I'm going to press this flat, making sure that everything is out at the seams. We don't want it tucked in at all so that it's not straight. We want it nice and straight. You're probably wondering where my clapper is because I am a big fan. Forgot to bring that over. And then I'm also pressing where it's folded. So now we have just a rectangle that is nice and flat. This side is folded in. And now we're going to fold up 2.5 inches for the crayon holder part. Now here's where you can get particular if you want to make it right-handed or left-handed. Both of my parents were left-handed, so I'm always very aware of this. Basically, a right-handed is where you're going to be rolling to the right and your elastic's on the right. Left-handed would be the opposite way. So how do you do that? It all depends on which side you put the opening. If you want it to be more of a right-handed roll-up, you're going to keep the opening on the right-hand side. If you want it to be a lefty, you're going to put it here. I guess since I made this a righty, let's make this a lefty. So we have a sample of each. Now I'm going to be using this hot ruler. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. It's from Clover. It's kind of fuzzy feeling, very flexible, and you can iron on it. It's awesome. So what you do is you line up, make sure it's parallel with the side. You don't want it like that. You want to make sure you're moving things straight. And then you're just going to pull the fabric until it hits the 2.5 inch mark. And then you don't even have to move it. They make some different sizes. This is the 14 inch. It's a little bit longer. It was a little bit more expensive, but if you're going to be using it, I would get bigger rather than saving a few dollars to get the smaller one because it's going to be a lot more versatile for you. Okay, so we have that folded. Now we're going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to start stitching these lines, and we're going to do them at 1 inch intervals. That gives lots of room for kids to easily put your crayons in and out. So the first line we're going to do is on the folded side. So not this side with the opening, but the opposite side, whichever side that is on. And we're going to sew 1/4 inch or slightly less than 1/4 inch from the edge. Now, if you want to, you can go forward and back a little bit at that folded part to make it a little bit stronger. Okay, so we have our first side done. Now we need to sew in 1 inch intervals just to the edge. And I go slightly like a stitch or two over and then come back just to give that extra stability. So now the question becomes, how do you want to measure your 1 inch marks? You could take a ruler and you could draw lines with a pencil or a heat erasable pen, or you could use tape. So this is 1 inch wide. So let me show you how that would work. I would just put a piece of tape down, and because we need this to really be 1 inch, we didn't leave a lot of extra side to side. I'm going to put the tape over that stitch line, and then I like to start from this bottom folded part, which is a little trickier when I'm doing this the left-handed one. And then I need to sew right next to, but not on the tape. I'm going to use that leader fabric for each one. Then I'm just going to take that painter's tape and move it over and sew again. So let's do the second one this way, and then I'm going to show you some other ways that you can do your markings that will be helpful, especially if you're going to be making a bunch of these. This tape will restick 8 to 10 times, and then you'll need a new piece. You can draw. We're not going to do that. You know how to do that. You can use that tape. And then the other way that I've done, especially when I'm doing a lot, is I use this foot guide. And most sewing machines come with it. It's really designed to be used on the right-hand side, like most things my parents would say, are designed to be used right-handed. There's a little hole that it pushes through, and then you would just measure how far you want it to be, or you can use the guideline, but I find using this makes it a lot faster and easier. So this would be 1 inch to this side, but because I'm doing a lefty one, I need to go 1 inch from this side. So I did discover that I can put it the opposite way. It just sits upside down. So instead of a lot of it resting on the fabric, just this part will, but it works just as well. So I'm going to line this up so that this guide is going to run right on top of that stitching. And if I was making a bunch of these, this is what I would do, because I don't have to move it. I don't have to worry about it not sticking as much as it like when if you're using the tape. Now we've sewn all the way across, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sewn together for the crayons. And now this is going to be our 8th, and it is also where we have the opening. So before you sew that, we need to add the elastic. So I'm just going to take my piece of elastic and fold it in half. I'm going to fold this in half just to get a feel for where the half is. It's a little bit down from that edge. And I'm going to open the fold, and I'm going to put it inside the fold of the back, not inside the crayon part fold, but this longer part here. And I'm going to put it about 1/2 inch in. Now, if you want to clip that, so it kind of stays while you get started. And now we're going to sew 1/4 inch to maybe a little bit less than 1/4 inch from that edge to make sure that that crayon space is big enough and that we are closing that folded edge. Now when I get closer to here, I make sure it's coming out straight, and I usually just use my scissors to press down on everything so that it's not going to move. So I did sew back and forth over the elastic just to make sure it really stays in there, because this is for kids, so they might be a little bit rough with it. Now you just need to go back and clip these threads, and we are ready to fill it with crayons. Now we're just going to open our crayons, and then you just slide them into each spot. And remember, if you want to do longer and have spaces for more than 8 crayons, you just change the math. You make it however many crayons you want, times 2 plus 1.5 to 2 inches. I find 1.5 works really well. You don't get a lot of extra on either end. But if you want to be more careful, you might not do your seams as evenly, then maybe add 2. And then you're going to have this 7.5 inches so that it is taller than your crayons and has this fold up area. So this is a lefty one. We're going to roll that to the left, add the elastic, and look at how cute. Ready to go, keeps it all together, great to throw in your purse, have it in the car. This is the other one that I did where I did it the same size as my original roll-up that had the notepad, not thinking that this was so tall because of the notepad. But if you want to do it taller, you can do it where you then fold down, and that will definitely ensure that if they don't roll it tightly, nothing's going to fall out, right? Because they're in there, but these are not going anywhere. So I would save the fabric, do the slightly smaller, and then you can get 12 out of 1 yard of fabric. My name is Tara Reed. I'm an artist and a fabric designer with Riley Blake Designs. I love to teach easy sewing projects, things to sew and sell, how to sew and sell, and more. So be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, and you can also check out my website at tarareed.com.
Today, I'm going to show you how to make a wine gift bag with a drawstring. I'd previously done a tutorial for how to do a reversible wine bag where you would just tie a bow around it, but I've had a couple requests for how to do it with a drawstring. This is going to have a box bottom, which makes it nice and easy to put together. It is going to be lined, but it isn't reversible because the drawstring comes out on one side. So let's get started. Let's talk about the supplies we need to make this drawstring wine bag. First, you're going to need your basic sewing supplies, a ruler, cutting mat, rotary cutter. I also like to use this little square. I'll show you what we're going to use that for in a moment. Pins or clips, totally up to you, whichever you prefer. I'm going to do most of my sewing with white thread, but then I also do like to match my top and bobbin threads to my fabric so that when we're sewing the drawstring channel, it kind of blends in and doesn't stick out from the fabric. Then we need a safety pin and some cord, or you can also use twine or ribbon, totally up to you what you want to use. Finally, you're going to need a heat erasable pen, or you can also use chalk. I am just a huge fan of these and think every sewist should have that in their stockpile. Oh, also a seam ripper. So let's move some things and I will show you how to get started with the fabrics. For each wine bag, you're going to need 4 pieces of fabric. Each are 6.5 inches wide by 16 inches tall. This will make the bag stop basically at the top of an average wine bottle. If you want it to be taller, just make it 17, 18, however many inches, just add inches here, not to the width. If you are using a directional fabric, make sure your direction is going up and down in the long direction, because if we had cut it the other way, we would have flowers going sideways on the wine bag. Not quite as nice. This is going to be the lining. I just decided that I wanted my lining stripes to be going horizontally. They could also go vertically. So take direction into consideration when you are choosing your fabrics. Now I'm going to place these right sides together, making sure the direction is the same. So we don't want one side to have the flowers upside down and one side to have them right side up. We want them in the same direction. And then we are going to place them right sides together. Now, because this is the top, I'm going to flip it around so it is easier for me to draw and cut out the notches that we're going to be doing for the boxed bottom. There's 2 ways to do boxed bottom. You can cut notches, you can just sew it together, flatten it, and then cut the bottom. But for this project, we are going to do it this way. We're going to cut out a 1.5 inch square from both sides on the bottom of the fabric. And I say bottom because, again, I'm using directional fabric, so I have to be very aware of the direction so that I don't have flowers upside down on my finished wine bag. So I'm just using this heat erasable pen, drawing these 2 squares, and then I'm going to take scissors and I'm going to cut that out. Do you have a preferred way to make box bottoms? Either basically pre-cutting it or doing it after you have sewn your bag together? Let me know in the comments what you prefer. I kind of go back and forth, but I do like this way because it's going to make it really easy in the step where we're putting that box together. So this is the outside, and I'm just going to use clips, and I'm going to clip this together. We are going to sew both of these long sides and across here. We are not going to sew in these notches yet. We are not going to sew across the top. Now I'm going to do the same thing with my lining fabric. I'm going to put right sides together. I'm going to draw the little notches that we need to cut out to make that box bottom, and then I'm going to cut those out. I prefer to cut these notches with scissors because if you use a rotary cutter and overcut a little bit too much, you may cut into part of the bag. So I prefer to have it not as perfect, but not go past these points. Now, because this is the lining and the way we're going to put this together, I want to make sure on one of the long sides, I leave about 3 inches open for turning. And I like to do that about 1.5 inches to 2 inches up from the bottom where the notch starts. So I'm just going to draw a line there and there. That's 3 inches apart so that I know not to sew this section. Now I'm going to clip this together and then we will get this to the sewing machine. Now I'm going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam. So I sewed down the sides and across the bottom, leaving a space open for turning on the lining. And then I have also pressed the seams open, and I pressed just like it was sewn where that is open. So now it is time to turn these notches into boxed corners. So what you're going to do is you're going to grab both sides of your fabric right by that corner, and you're going to pull out. And you'll notice that it just pops right from this cut corner to a straight line. You're going to match the seams and pin or clip. And then you can pin or clip the two sides if you want to. It's pretty short, so it's pretty easy to just make sure that's lined up at your sewing machine. Totally up to you. So you're gonna do that for all 4 boxed corners, making sure that you open that seam. This is why I really do like to do box bottoms like this if you're going to have seams on both sides, because it just automatically lines right up. You don't have to flatten it, make sure things are straight. When I did the reversible wine bag, we did the box bottoms a little bit different because we used 1 piece of fabric for the outside and 1 piece of fabric for the lining, and we just folded it over, so there was only 1 seam. So when you have a fold on one side and a seam on the other side, this method doesn't work as well because one side is it's not going to pop straight and have everything line up properly. Now I'm going to take this back to the sewing machine, and we're going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam along all 4 of those box bottoms. Moving right along, we have our 2 bags sewn together, so the lining and the outside. Now we are going to leave the lining wrong side out. We are going to turn the outside right side out, and then I'm going to put the outer fabric inside the lining fabric, and we are going to line up the seams on both sides. You don't have to be super precise down here. We're focusing on this top edge, which is what we are going to sew together next. So I'm just going to start by matching the seams. And then you're just going to match this raw edge and pin or clip around. It's this edge that we're focused on. Now I'm going to take it back to my sewing machine. I'm going to sew all the way around. Don't have to leave any opening because we have the opening down here in the lining for turning. I sewed all the way around the top, leaving no opening. Now I'm going to find the seam that has an opening in the lining, and we are going to turn this right side out. Next, you're ready to close this opening. You can either hand stitch it, or you can just fold this and just run a quick stitch on your machine really close to the edge. So you can see when I do the machine stitching, it does create a little bit of a bubble, right? It's not super flat, so it is noticeable, but again, it is going to be on the inside bottom of a not reversible wine bag. So to me, that's totally fine. If you want to hand stitch, go for it. You do you. Now we are going to just push the lining inside the outer fabric. And this is when you do want to be a little bit more careful and deliberate with opening those boxed corners of the lining. You can't see, that's what I'm doing in there with my fingers, kind of stretching that out. And now we need to just get this edge where the lining meets the outer fabric up top. So I just kind of do it with my fingers first, get that lined up. Then I'm going to press this so that it's nice, so you're not seeing the lining when you're looking at the front, and you're not seeing the front when you're looking at the lining. So once I do that, I will be right back. The next thing we need to do is sew around the bag twice to make this channel for the drawstring. And I'm just showing you one that I already made so you know what our end goal is. So we're going to have 2 inches above that kind of flops out, and that's where you'll see the lining. And then we're going to sew 3/4 inches down from there. That will fit most things. If you're using a really wide ribbon, just adjust. There are 2 ways to do it, but I'm going to show you my favorite way, which I think is the easiest. So we are going to grab a ruler, and we are going to grab our heat erasable pen again. Now, whether you draw on the outside or the inside depends on your sewing machine. If you have a removable arm, like a removable extension table that you can pull off, and you will be able to put this bag so that it goes around the table and your foot and needle go on top of the outside, you're going to draw on the outside. My machine doesn't do that, so I'm actually going to be doing this, and my foot and needle are going to be in here, and I'll flip it like that. You'll see. Because I have to do it that way, I'm going to turn it inside out again because I need the lines where I'm sewing. I just have to have this front part flat. So I'm going to line it up on my grid because my ruler is 1.5 inches and I need to mark down 2 inches. And I'm going to draw a line. Now don't freak out because what's beautiful about these pens is you can see it great to sew on. And then once we've sewn, we're just going to use heat of an iron, and that is going to disappear like magic. I absolutely love these pens. Highly recommend you get the variety pack with multiple colors if you don't have any of these, because sometimes colors like this doesn't show up well on a navy blue, so then I use the red because that will show up better. Because I want the stitching to just blend in with my fabric, I'm going to change my top thread to yellow. This is my best match for this. And I'm going to use this color in the bobbin that's going to disappear into the outer fabric. And that is only because of the way I'm having to sew, where I'm going like this. If your machine allows the machine to go in here and the top is here, you would put this on your top thread and whatever matches your lining as your bobbin. I'm going to start with the line closest to the top edge, just before a seam. And because the knot is going to be on the outside of my bag, I'm going to be more careful about how I start and stop here. So I'm going to line this up, put my foot down. I'm going to put my needle down, and I'm going to be holding the thread, pick the needle up, and then I'm going to give it a little pull so that I can get that bobbin thread pulled through. Sometimes it doesn't come very far, so I'm going to grab tweezers, just pull that through. Now I have both the bobbin and the top threads in my hand. I'm going to put them under the foot, and I'm going to hold them kind of tight while I start. And since I do need to go forward and back, I'm not going to really knot. I'm just going to do the forward and back right now over that seam. Now I've gotten to the second seam, so I want to make sure I remember to go forward and back just to really attach the stitches that are under the seam. Now I'm going to do the same exact thing on the second line. Again, pulling that bobbin thread up, doubling back over the seam, doubling back over the second seam as well. Now the lines we drew are still there, so all we need to do is hit those lines with a little bit of heat, just so that you can see it better. I'm going to turn it inside out again. And you might have to hold the heat on there a little bit longer when the lines are under thread and stitch marks, but it goes away really quickly. So now I'm going to turn that right side out again. And now we are going to very carefully open our drawstring channel. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your favorite seam ripper and you're going to very carefully pull out the stitches in the outer fabric in between these two stitch lines. Now you don't want to just jam in there because we do not want to pull out the stitches in the lining seaming, which are just below the stitches in the outer stitching. So careful, careful, and slow. So just slip that in there. You can push forward a little, but you can't go all the way because you don't want to rip this either. So you're just going to start to open it and then just grab one stitch at a time. So now we have our opening on the one side for the drawstring, and now we're just going to do the same thing on the other side. As I mentioned before, I'm going to use white nylon paracord, I believe they call this. So grab whatever you want to use for your drawstring and cut 2 pieces that are 19 to 20 inches long. Now I love this, but one thing you will notice if you work with it, I'll put it over the fabric so you can see it, is it will fray, but you can melt it because it's nylon. So I'm just going to take a Bic lighter, be really careful if you use fire, and just hold that flame on the end and you can see it melt. So now they're going to be good to go. Now we're going to take a safety pin. I'm just using a quilting safety pin. You can use a regular size as well. Put it through whatever drawstring you're going to use. And you can start on either side and you're just going to push that all the way through. We're going to pull it out the same side that it went in. Take the pin off. I'm going to line up those ends and then I'm just going to tie that in a knot. But you'll see with the 19 inches, your bag can lay flat and your drawstring is still going to be out. Now we're going to do the same thing with the second string, but you're going to start on the opposite side. So you're going to start and end on the side that doesn't have string coming out of it now. And now your bag is done. So you're just going to put that in there, and then you grab both sides and pull.
Stock up on your 3/4 inch elastic. Grab your extra 2.5 inch pre-cut strips, or you can, of course, cut your own 2.5 inch wide strips. I'm also going to grab my toolbox that is full of key fob hardware and my brand new key fob pliers. In this video, I'm going to show you how easy it is to make scrunchy elastic key fob wristlets. Now I have become obsessed with scrunchy stuff. If you want to learn how to do scrunchy dog bandanas, check the link in the video description. But in this video, we are going to do scrunchy wristlets. I'm going to show you how to make them out of your 2.5 inch fabric scraps. I'm going to show you how to make them as loose or full as you want them to be, and how quick and easy these are to make. If you can believe it, these are even faster than the other way. So let's get into it. Now, I have to tell you, I am almost too excited about these scrunchy key fobs because I thought the regular key fobs were pretty quick and easy to make. These things, it should almost be illegal. The first thing I'm going to show you is your choices for how scrunchy you want them to be. So all 3 of these were made by taking 2.5 inch pre-cuts. They come all rolled up in a ball. It's a great way to get lots of fabric. Lots of quilters use them. And then you end up with like a whole bunch left. So I like to look for projects for how to use these. Scrunchy key fobs, perfect solution. This one was made with a half. Took the 2.5 inch strip, I sewed it together, and then I cut it in half, and I put half of it on top of the elastic, spread it out, added the key fob. So that is how scrunchy or full, or, I don't know what word you want to use, how gathered the fabric looks when you use half. So from one strip, I can make 2 that look like this. Then this one was the first one I did. And so I sewed the entire length, I put it on, and then I just kept pulling until it was kind of the scrunchie that I liked. And then I cut off the end. So for this one, I used 28 inches versus 21 inches on this one. So you can kind of see a difference. It's a little bit fuller, but for the difference, you might want to go with this so that you can make 2 out of every strip of fabric. Then I thought, well, what is it going to look like if we use the entire strip? So this is what it's going to look like. It's super gathered, and it's just one strip, put it all the way on, and there you go. So there's a definite difference in the look and the gathering doing the entire strip versus half or almost half. Now, another thing to remember when you're choosing your fabrics, don't worry about the direction of the fabric, because I did it first. This yellow one was made with chickens, kind of like this fabric. The print is going from the side, and I thought, well, when I sew it in half and put it on there, how's that going to look? It really doesn't matter because you can't really tell what is on this fabric. It is more the color combinations that you're seeing than the actual design. So that's kind of what you want to look for when you're using your scraps. Now this one, because these quilt blocks are a little bit smaller, you get a better idea of what they are versus the chickens. So just pick something where you like the color combination and you want to make a key fob out of it. So what other supplies do we need? We obviously need our 2.5 inch strips of fabric. These are pre-cuts. Now, if you're not a quilter or you never buy these, that's totally fine. You can cut your own pieces of fabric that are 2.5 inches wide by either 21 inches if you want it to look like this. This one is 2.5 inches wide by the full width of your fabric. So you're not left out if you're not a quilter or you don't have these pre-cuts, but people that have them, they always have extra. So I want to help them figure out how to use them. Then you're going to need the key fob hardware. This is 1 inch key fob hardware. Find the link in the video description to my Amazon storefront. I made a list that is everything you need to make these key fob wristlets. I highly recommend you invest in the pliers. You can use regular pliers, but they're usually not quite as wide. They don't have this silicone protective. You could dent the metal. This is perfectly sized and designed to work with these key fobs. If you're just starting, you can buy a set that has like 50 of these and the pliers included. So definitely worth the investment. Then I'm going to be using my tube turner. You can use whatever combination you want. I've recently had a couple people tell me that they use boba tea straws and a chopstick. So there's lots of different things that you can find that is basically going to be an open tube and then a chopstick. I'll show you how this works. This is from a set of 3 or 4. I can't remember. I believe it was under $10. I use them all the time and they're going to last forever. So great tool investment. And I don't drink boba tea, so I don't have the boba tea straw. And then 3/4 inch wide elastic. So all you need to do is go through your bin and decide what color you want. I'm going to do this color. No matter how full or loose you want them to be, I'll show you how that works, and you are going to be good to go. If you sew and sell, I think this would be a great way to go. You can offer the regular scrunchies where you can see more of the design, and then maybe offer some of these too. I would sell them at the same price. It's just a different look, but these are going to sew up a lot faster, so you're going to have a better profit margin on these. Now let's head to the sewing machine. So I'm taking my 2.5 inch wide strip of fabric. I'm going to fold it in half long ways, right sides together. I don't pin this together. I just fold it as I sew. I also don't worry about cutting off the selvage. I do that at the end. This way I can just grab these strips and just rock and roll, sew a bunch of them together, and then cut them to size and put the key fob hardware on them. So I'm going to sew all the way down this strip, making sure I keep these edges matched, and then I'm going to go straight across at the bottom. Now when I get to the end, I'm going to sew into the selvage band, this white section, because we are going to be cutting this off after we turn it right side out. We will need both ends open when we add the elastic and sew this together, but for turning purposes, we need to sew one end closed. So if you were sewing to sell, you could just sit and sew a bunch of these, and then you could take them and turn them right side out while you're watching TV or waiting for your kids for a doctor's appointment or at a sporting event, anywhere where you can just work with your hand. Now it is time to turn these right side out. I cut them apart. So I'm going to take my tube turner or whatever you're going to be using, find the end that is open, and I'm going to just put that in there and slide it till it gets to the sewn end. Then you're going to take the pointy end of your stick if you're using one of these tools, and you're going to push that in, and you're just going to pull the fabric down. Now, because it is really long, sometimes it gets a little tricky. As you're pulling this fabric down, the stick starts to come out, so just try and keep that up in there. We basically need the stick to absolutely stay in there. So we can see that the stick is there. You can just pull it really quickly because it doesn't matter where that is as long as our stick is up here. And this is more important that the stick be up here when you're doing something where you're going to keep that sewn edge. But because we don't want to lose too much of the length, we do want to just use that point to push that out a little bit. Now I'm just going to push the stick back out. Well, to be honest, I usually just stand up, hold it above my head, and that falls right down on the ground, but I can't do that over my workspace. Then I'm going to take my scissors and I'm just going to trim the end. We don't need that anymore. That was just used to get it turned right side out. So now I'm just going to really quickly do the second one. Now I have some very exciting news. I hope you find this as exciting as I found it. The first two that I did, I was just so used to having to press these things open, right? If you're doing bag straps or anything, honestly, you're like, okay, now I need to press it open. And so I went and used my iron. And then when I was doing the third one, I thought, why am I doing that? Do I actually need to press it? Because I'm going to make it all scrunchy. So I thought, nope, I'm not going to press this one, and I'm just going to try putting it on the elastic without pressing. And guess what? It looked exactly the same. So no ironing for this project. That saves a ton of time. My favorite size key fob uses an 11-inch or a piece of elastic. So I'm just going to cut 2 pieces that are 11 inches. So we are ready to go. And we're going to do these 2 ways. So this one, I'm going to make 2 that are less scrunchy. So I'm going to trim the sewn end off, just like I did with the last one. And then I'm going to trim that selvage part off. You don't have to be super, super straight, be pretty straight, but this part is going to be inside the key fob hardware. So if I want to do half, I'm just going to match these ends, pull that in half, and cut. Now I'm taking a big safety pin. You can use any size. This is a quilting size safety pin, and I like them because you can just move it a little bit faster. We're not ironing, but when you put it in, what I like to do is make the seam that we sewed centered on the elastic. I don't want it spinning all around. I don't want it too close to the edge. I want it centered so that we can then have it on the inside of the wristlet. And you can always twist it as you go if it doesn't stay super well. Don't stress about it. Don't spend a ton of time on it. But that's the goal. See, it got a little crooked, so I can just do that and get that seam lined back up. Now we're going to put this through until the end of our fabric is lined up with the end of the elastic. And now we're going to go back to the sewing machine. So with our elastic evened up with the edge of the fabric, we are going to sew forward, back, and forward about 1/8 of an inch from the edge just to secure the elastic with the fabric. And that will all be under the key fob hardware. And now I'm going to go back to my overhead shot and show you. So that is now secure. So we're going to keep pushing the fabric until we get the other end of the elastic lined up with the other end of the fabric. Now you want to keep this scrunchy part towards the center. Don't push it all the way down here. We need this to be nice and flat until we get the hardware on. Then we're going to spread it out. Don't spread it out before you put the hardware on. You want it kind of all scrunched in the center of your elastic. Okay, take that safety pin off. Now I'm going to go back to the sewing machine and attach that in the same way. So now we have it sewn on both ends. I am going to trim these ends to make sure they're straight. Make sure there's not a bunch of threads. We want to get all of these threads off of here. We're going to match these edges. I'm going to go back to the sewing machine. I'm going to sew those together one more time just to make sure one part isn't going to slip out and that this is going to be a set. Okay, now I feel good about that. It's going to stay together. It's not going to move or get unaligned when I am putting it in the hardware. Now, there's some different ways to do this. You can put it on the fabric, then get your hardware on there and squeeze. Some people take this keychain off because they find then it doesn't get in the way. I don't like doing that because I often break my nails when I do that, and it's just an extra step. So I like to put the key fob in my pliers and I line it up with the top edge. And I make sure the points are on the bottom. And you can see this is out of the way. It's not going to bother me. Then I'm going to put the fabric inside and I'm going to double check each side to make sure the fabric isn't poking over one side or the other of the hardware. And then I'm going to squeeze. Now you'll see it still feels like there is a bit of a gap. And I have that problem mostly with the elastic version, not as much with the fusible fleece version because that's more pliable. So then what I do is I come back and I squeeze each side again. So you can see that is a little bit tighter on this side than on this side. The last thing you need to do is just push the fabric so that it's evenly scrunched, gathered. I don't know, what word would you use for this? So it's spread out evenly and looks super cute. That was so fast. So let's do this one and we'll do the entire one. So we'll do the half fabric and we'll do the full fabric to really see the difference between the two. One thing that I love about key fobs is I just don't think you can have too many, right? They're kind of an accessory. So this makes a great stocking stuffer, a great gift for teachers, for service providers, like if you get your nails done or your hair done and you just want to make them something a little bit special. People can have multiple keychains. They could have a summer one, a holiday one, fall, winter. I mean, you could just keep moving your keys based on the season, or even if they have enough, they could change their key fob based on the color that they're wearing. Totally up to them. So let me know in the comments while I do this scrunching who you might make these for. Now, if you wanted to add a tag to your scrunchies, maybe just, for branding, if you're sewing and selling, or just so people know that you made it, this is a 1-inch tag that I had made years ago, woven, and I'm just going to put it on the inside and then fold that over. And I'm going to make sure that we're going to catch that when we sew that closed. So there's lots of cute tags that you can purchase online. You can make your own. I'm going to do another video about how to make your own tags. But see, now that's going to be on the inside. Next step, grab my pliers, put my hardware in there, put my fabric in, make sure it is lined up, and squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Then I'm going to do my extra squeeze on each side. So it's almost done, but you can see now it looks like a heart. It's kind of weird because we need to get this fabric evened out. Half a piece, a full piece. And then I want to show you again the fabric that these started with. So this one is from my spring barn fabric, and you can see little pieces of it, but you can't really tell what it is. It's more just kind of colors along there. And then this one was made from this fabric. You can actually tell that those are the little circle windmills better because it isn't gathered as much and because it is a simpler pattern. But either way, they look great, and it is a great way to use your fabric scraps. So let me know which way you like better, who you're going to be making these for, and happy sewing. So it seems I've been a little one-sided when it comes to pets. I've done lots of different dog tutorials and nothing for cats. Whoops, sorry about that. I have had this catnip in my sewing room for months with full intentions of doing something for the cats. And you are in luck if you're a cat person, because I got an email the other day asking for cat tutorials. So I thought that is a sign from the universe that it is time. So in this tutorial, we are going to make little catnip kickers. Full disclosure, I'm very allergic to cats. So I have learned so much today about catnip and cat kickers and cat toys that I'm going to share what I have learned while we make these little kickers. Are you ready to go? Let's look at the supplies. If you are like me and you have a bunch of miscellaneous tools, you're going to be able to use a lot of them in this project. I'm going to be using my hot ruler, my quilter's clapper, this little stuffing tool. This helps to get fiberfill into the nooks and crannies and will help push it into the kickers. I'm going to be using my tube turner to help us turn this really quickly, a funnel to get the catnip into these containers. It will be a lot less messy. An iron, you're going to need rotary cutter and rulers to cut your fabric. And then while this one that I showed you originally is just a basic tube of fabric with polyfill and catnip in it, we are going to use the same fabric, but we're going to trick it out. We are not only going to have some strings hanging from the bottom for the cat to play with, but we're going to add some of this crinkle material. It's kind of like a cereal bag, which you can use as well as long as you wash it really well. But this was like $2.68 at Target, and it looks pretty easy to pull apart. So we're going to put a little bit of this inside this too. So not only is it going to smell amazing to a cat and be soft and cuddly, but it's also going to have a little bit of that sound that will also be fun for them to play with. So we're going to try that. Then of course you need some kind of a catnip. I'm going to use some rickrack, and then I just did a little bit of gingham ribbon to hang. And I almost put nail polish on the end so that it wouldn't fray, and I thought, nope, that might be toxic if the cat starts sucking on it. So I just tied it in a knot, and I used my pinking shears to trim the edge. That will make it not fray as much as if you left it with a straight cut. So now that we have the basic supplies covered, let's get started. So in my research, you can make these any size you want, and it really depends on the size of your cat or your kitten and your personal preference, and if you play around with it, just which they prefer. So this seems to be the most common. This started with and this is the size we're going to do, 4 inches wide by 11 inches high, and it ends up being about 1.5 inches, 1.25 inches when it's full by about 10 1/4. because it loses a little from the thickness of it. Ours is going to be a little bit longer because we are also going to be adding the ribbon and rickrack. This one started at 8 inches wide by 10 inches long, and it is about 3.5 inches wide by 9.25 inches. So this is a pretty fat one. This would be, I think, for a bigger cat. And then this one is just a longer one. Again, for a larger cat. They like to hug them, they push them. Sometimes they'll hug them and like kick the bottom with their back feet. And this one was 5 inches by 14, and it's about 2.25 wide when it is full, and about 13.5 inches long. So you can do whatever you want. This seems to be the most common, kind of just a skinny, and anywhere from 10 to 15 inches long. Now let's also talk about the material. I am using cotton, just a cat cotton fabric, which most of my research says can be fine, but you need to know your cat. If your cat is pretty rough on things and likes to chew and claw at things, you're going to want to use something that is going to be sturdier because they might be able to get holes in this more easily and maybe destroy it pretty quickly. My sister has a dog that can tear almost any stuffed dog toy apart within a half an hour, if not sooner. And then my niece's dog just plays forever and doesn't tear it apart. So know your cat. If your cat's rougher, you could use denim, you could use more of a canvas or a duck cloth, so something that's a little bit sturdier than a cotton. But we're gonna go with cotton because those cats are so cute. And the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna turn this wrong side up, and I'm going to press the top edge down 1/4 inch, which I could obviously just do. It's not that wide. I could just fold that and press. And then I'm just going to use my quilter's clapper. That helps that fold set a little bit more. It's an unfinished piece of wood. It absorbs the heat, if you haven't heard me talk about that before. So we can do that. You can also use a tool like this, which is called a hot ruler. I'm not going to press this, but I'm going to show you how it works. So it's kind of fuzzy feeling because it grips the fabric and helps hold the fabric. So what you would do is you would line it up and make sure it is straight. So I'm just making sure that this line is on this edge and we're not doing anything kind of crooked. And then you just fold the fabric down to the marking. So I'm doing it to this first line, which is 1/4 inch, and then I would press. It's really easy either way if you're just making one. Now, if you want to make a bunch, maybe you have a lot of cat friends, you want to make them something for the holidays, or you want to sew and sell, here's what I would do. I would cut fabric that is 11 inches high and just as wide as the fabric is. So if you're using a fat quarter, it's going to be about 18 inches, or if you're using off the bolt, it's going to be about 42 inches. So I would cut 11 inches by however wide, and then I would fold down and press all the way along, and then I would cut it into these 4-inch wide strips. That's just going to save you a little bit of time. And when you're mass producing things, either for personal, gifting, or sew and sell, saving those minutes always helps. You also don't have to do this in the beginning. I find it easier to do it in the beginning so that then when we have turned it and we're going to sew it, it's already pressed perfectly. We're not having to fold that under when it is sewn together. So now I'm going to turn it. I'm going to make it right sides together. Make sure that lines up, line up this raw edge, and then I'm just going to give it a quick press to kind of hold it in place where that fold is. Now, if we weren't doing the ribbons, we would be to the point of going to the sewing machine, and we would sew down here and across here, leaving this folded edge open. But because we want to do our ribbons and things, we're going to open it up, and then here's my fold. I'm going to put my hot ruler right at my fold so you can see. This is the half we're working with. And then I'm just going to place these here. And remember that it needs to be more than 1/4 inch from that edge because we do not want them caught in the seam allowance. But we want them lined up with this edge because we do want them sewn into this project. And I am putting 5 different things. Usually in design, you do odd numbers. You would use 3 or 5, and this is gonna look really nice with 5. You could also just do 3, but I think the cat's gonna like it even better with 5. Now, if you want to, you can take and baste across here to make sure they stay where they're supposed to stay, but we are gonna throw caution to the wind, and we are just going to fold that over. And I'm going to put multiple clips down here because we need these all to stay where they are. You can also use pins. And then I'm just going to put a couple clips up here, and then we are going to head to the sewing machine and sew down this side and across the bottom. Because we are going to be starting sewing off the edge of our fabric, I'm going to be using a leader fabric. This is just a piece of scrap fabric that I use to get thread started so that if it ends up with a big old knot on the back, it's going to be on a scrap of fabric and not on my project. And it's a little bit quicker than pulling up the bobbin thread. I only do that when I'm starting inside my fabric and not off the end. So I just put my foot down, take a few stitches, and then I want to make sure this edge stays lined up. I'm going to lift my foot, get that put under there correctly. This is a 1/4 inch foot. And so when I have the edge of the fabric on the edge of the foot, I'm sewing with a 1/4 inch seam. I'm going to take a few stitches onto the project and then do a few stitches back to knot that. Don't forget that step, because sometimes you will because you started on a scrap fabric, but it's really important to make sure you have knotted your thread when you're on your actual project. And now we're going to just sew with a 1/4 inch seam. Now, if you're adding any kind of thing that's going to hang down, like the ribbon and the rickrack, you want to make sure you can feel that it is not going to be caught by your needle as you sew. So I can kind of feel it here. So I just want to double check that as I move along. Now on my foot, there is a little line here, and that is how I know that I am a 1/4 inch from my needle. So I use that as a guide. When that line is at the edge of my fabric, I know it is time to leave my needle down, lift my foot, and pivot. And then you can see I'm a 1/4 inch from the edge. So now I'm going to sew all the way, and I'm going to go back and then all the way forward. I just want to do a few times over those strings so that they're not easy for the cat to pull out. And we want to clip our corners. And I do where it's folded as well. Just make sure you're a little bit down from all of your stitching. Just kind of clip that so there's not going to be a lot right in that corner. So you're going to have a nice shape to it. And then I do this top edge as well. But again, on this side of the stitching, and don't cut your stitching. So now we're going to go back to the workspace. Now I'm going to use my Dritz tube turner. This is a 1/2 inch tube turner to turn this right side out. You could, of course, just use your fingers, but this is going to save you a lot of time. And you can get a set of 3 or 4 of these for under $10. So what you do is you put the tube in there all the way down, and then you take the more pointed, it's not sharp pointed, but it's pointed compared to this end, and you gently push the fabric into the tube. This might be a little more difficult because of the ribbons, but you just gently push until it is coming out of the tube. Once that happens, I hold up here, I'm holding the stick and the fabric, and then I pull that plastic part off. Now I can gently use the tip of that wood to push out the corners. Look how cute that is with the little tassels on the bottom. So it's a little extra compared to this, a little bit more for Kitty to play with. And if you're sewing and selling, you might be able to charge a little bit more or sell more for the same price if it's a little fancier. Just a thought, if you've done that and have some experience, be sure to let us know in the comments what your experience is. Is this worth that little extra effort? I've also put together a pattern in my Etsy shop that has a group of things that you can sew or sew and sell for cats. So click the link in the video description or on this video, and it will take you to that option. Now it is time to fill our kicker. We're going to bling this up. This one has the catnip and the polyester filling. This one is going to have both of those and a little bit of that crinkle stuff. So let's grab all of that. Funnel for my catnip. And if you don't have a funnel, you can make one out of paper. I'm going to be using polyfill from Fairfield. Catnip, and now we're just going to take one of these apart. And it's just tied together here. So I'm just gonna grab my seam ripper and get into where that is tied together and just cut that so we get at the film. And then we just have to decide how much we want to put in there. I don't know, do we do it? Let's see. I think I'm just going to use one piece. So let's see, there's 4 pieces in each of these little balls. So 16 pieces all together. And I'm just going to use one, and I'm going to cut it in half. And my plan is to kind of put one here and one here. We're going to layer it, kind of like making a bean dip, right? We're going to put a little catnip, a little stuffing, a little crinkle, catnip, stuffing, crinkle until we fill it up. So how much catnip do you want to put in one of these things? That is totally dependent on you. I have seen some for sale where it says it is 100% catnip. I don't know that I don't know that it would be 100% of the more potent thing catnip. You might drive your cat crazy. But most people seem to do a little bit of catnip and a little bit of filling and call it good. Especially if you're sewing and selling or you're making a lot for gifts, it's going to get a bit more expensive if you completely fill it with catnip. So I've put my funnel in here, and I'm just going to take about a teaspoon, put it in there, and just kind of shake it out of the funnel. Can't say I'm a huge fan of this smell, but apparently cats love it. Then I'm going to take a little bit of the filling, get it in the top, just kind of get it down as far as I can with my finger. Then I can also use this pusher tool. This is especially helpful if you're doing really intricate stuffing, like you're doing dolls or things that have a lot of little nooks and crannies that you want to get stuffed nice and tight. But it does help once you get it down there to kind of pack it. The little hook pushes against it. So how are you feeling about this? If you're a cat person, leave me a comment and let me know if you'd like to see more tutorials of things to sew and make with fabric for your cat. So now we have a little catnip and a little bit of that. And now we're going to put this, which I think I'm going to put some of the stuffing with it because it's not going to fill that space by itself. I'm just winging it. This is the first time I've done this, so we're doing it together. I'm just kind of rolling it on there, pushing it down until it's meeting that other stuffing. Now, some other things I learned in my research about cats and catnip toys. Apparently, you shouldn't just leave them out for them and have them every day because either they're going to get desensitized to it and it's going to be no big deal, they're not going to care about it, or it could also make them very aggressive, which you really don't want either of those outcomes. So according to AI in my Google search, it said you should let them play with it for maybe 10 to 15 minutes and then take it away and only do it a few times a week. So if you're like, but these toys are so cute, I want them to use it more than that, maybe make one without catnip and make one with catnip so that they have options. They can have one, just remember which is which, maybe use different fabric for catnip and another fabric that doesn't have it, because you can also make it just with these stuffed or stuffed with the crinkle without the catnip scent. So many ways to go. And then it also said to store it in an airtight container because again, it kind of has a smell to it and you don't want to drive your cat crazy with them smelling it and not having access to their toy either because it could make them mad and it could also desensitize them to the smell so they won't really care about it when you actually give it to them to play with. So I don't know. As I said, I don't have cats. So if you have any experience and you think that advice that I got online is crazy, let me know. If you've experienced that, like, oh, that's why my cat doesn't care about this toy anymore, because you didn't know not to give it to him all the time. I'd love to hear what you know and think and do. Now I try and do about 3 teaspoons or 3 bits of catnip in these, and then have the other stuff in between. So I'm about here now for the filling. So we're gonna do one more catnip. These could be fun little stocking stuffers if you make stockings for your cats or want to give them little holiday gifts. You could make them with holiday fabric, like you could make them a Halloween one or a Christmas or Hanukkah or Easter. Maybe your cat gets an Easter basket and you could put cute little toys that you make in it. I don't know. So many ways to pamper our pets. So now we're really close. The stuffing is about 1 inch from the top. We want it to be pretty full, but we also want to be able to sew this closed. And when you sew it closed, you can either do it by hand or by machine. I'm going to do it by machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so I know there's a lot of stuffing there, but I'm going to push it a little far down so that I can clip that closed, and I'll be able to get it under the sewing machine to stitch across the top, but then I can just kind of push some of that back up to fill it up. So we are almost done, if you can believe it. Back to the sewing machine. Now I'm using my leader fabric again, and I'm just going to start off of the edge. And I just want to make sure that these folds stay together so that we're getting that nice and secure. This is where it gets a little bit tricky when you're trying to sew together something that's stuffed. It's hard to get it perfectly there. And be careful with your fingers. I'm going a few stitches, and I'm going to go back. And now I'm going to use the side of my scissors to hold that down so I don't sew my finger. So if you were making a lot of these, I would just mass produce. I would cut and sew the fabrics, then I would turn them all right side out, then I would stuff them all, and then I would just kind of daisy chain sewing all of these together one after the other. So there we have it. We have another cat kicker with the added little things to play with, and then you can hear a little bit of crinkle. So as they're batting at that or squeezing on that, they're going to hear the noise as well. This one's a little bit simpler. It doesn't make any noise, but it's got the catnip and the scent in there. And then these are just 2 other sizes. So lots of ways to go. Let me know which is your favorite and who you're going to make these for. All right, so what do you think? Are you going to be making some kickers? Are you going to make them plain like this? Or are you going to add ribbons or strings to the end? What size do you think your cat is going to like the best? Help me continue my cat toy education, and let's make some fun things together. What does a burrito have to do with a pillowcase? Well, I'm going to show you how to make pillowcases using a burrito method. No, you cannot eat it. It's called a burrito method because you roll fabric up into the cuff in order to sew it. Now, I've done a few pillowcase tutorials before, but this is going to be the best for the absolute beginner. I have boiled it down to only what is necessary. So this is a standard size. This is a king size, which is huge. And if you make this size, you are going to think you are doing it wrong because there's so much fabric involved. But I promise if you use my measurements, you will be doing it correctly. In this video tutorial, I'm going to be doing another travel size pillowcase because the technique is exactly the same, but you're going to be able to see this. Because again, so much fabric in standard, queen, and king size pillowcases, it is hard to get it all on camera in my filming space. Now, if you also love written directions, I have a pattern in my Etsy shop. It has lots and lots of pictures with the written description. So instead of having to come back to this video and hit pause and hit pause and hit pause, you're going to have something that you can print out or have on your computer or your iPad right next to you as you sew. And then you can refer to this video if you want a talking or a visual reminder of what I'm doing. One thing that I love about sewing pillowcases is you can make whatever you want, and it is a great first sewing project. This is what my niece made the very first time she ever sewed. I think we got it done about 1.5 hours to 2 hours. She was sewing very slowly. I just let her go whatever speed she was comfortable with. And she went home with something that she was proud of and that she could use. Who is ready to make pillowcases? We're going to start with the supplies. So you need a pillow. I am going to be using this 12 by 16 that I found at Hobby Lobby. If you were to buy the pattern in my Etsy shop, it does show you 5 different sizes, 2 different travel pillows, because I found this. I'm assuming some other craft stores carry maybe a 12 by 16. But then when I went on Amazon, 13 by 18, they called it a toddler pillow, was the easiest to find. So I included the sizes that you need for both of those. So you need the pillow, you need your fabric for the body of the pillow, your fabric for the cuff. I'm going to show you how to use painter's tape to set a seam guide when we're doing the French seam. I'm going to be using thread that matches the cuff, rotary cutter, cutting mat, rulers. I'm also going to show you, if you're new, how to make it easy to know when to turn when you're sewing on a right angle. So we're going to use a heat erasable pen, or you could use a pencil and a ruler. And then pins or clips. Now, you do want to use non-directional fabric. And I'm going to put a link to another video where I really walk through directional versus non-directional. But for absolute beginners, I highly recommend non-directional fabric. And for that, this is absolutely perfect, and it is so cute. Basically, there's no top or bottom, left or right. And if I turn the fabric all the way around, it looks good from every angle. That is the best way to test and know that you have non-directional fabric. So highly recommend that. That is going to be the easiest. You're not going to have to think about fabric direction. You're just going to think about making this cute pillowcase. Something to know about pillows. This says premium pillow insert 12 by 16. And boy, oh boy, is it a fatty. But the 12 by 16 doesn't mean it's going to be 12 by 16 when it's puffed up like this. It means that fabric is 16 by 12. So if we make our pillowcase a little bit wider, and I like to make them 2 inches longer so that the cuff goes a little bit over, it is going to fit. That's also how you can have pillowcases that will fit all different thicknesses of a standard pillowcase, which is what most people are going to end up making, but I do love having the different sizes, and this is going to be nice and easy to show you. Now, because pillowcases are constantly washed, I recommend that you pre-wash your fabric because it is going to shrink a little bit, and sometimes different fabrics, different blends, different brands will shrink a little bit differently. And if you sew everything together and it looks beautiful and then you wash it and the cuff shrinks a little different than the body, it's going to get a little puckered and not be the beautiful pillowcase you planned. For that reason, I always recommend yardage that's a little bit higher than the measurements because you need to allow for a little bit of shrinkage when you pre-wash it. Let's look at this one that I already did. This is the body. I'm going to use the same fabric, but today we're going to do a gold cuff. And then this is the cuff. Most patterns, the standard is to show measurements that are width times height, but pillows show measurements as height times width. So I'm always going to be talking height times width, so you don't have to be thinking back and forth. Normally, I have pre-cut fabric when I start these tutorials, but I have been asked a couple times by beginners to show how I do the cutting. So I'm going to do that because this is, as I said, pillowcases for absolute beginners. I'm going to look at my fabric and I'm going to figure out which direction I need to turn it so that I can get 26 by 17. So this is 27 wide, 25 until it gets to the selvage. So we need to do the 26 in this direction. Now, because it's a little bit longer than my mat, I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm going to make sure these edges are as lined up as they can be. And then I'm going to put the fold on a line. And I have the fold towards me so that it's going to be easy for me to see that it is lined up straight. And then I put this a little bit over this 1 inch line over here because we did see that it wasn't totally straight. So we're going to start by squaring that off. So I'm going to put my ruler on there. I'm going to line it up on that line. I'm going to hold that down and I'm going to trim. So now this line is perpendicular to this fold. So now we're ready to measure and cut our 26 inches in this direction. And now we need 17 inches. So we know that these sides are parallel. So I'm lining them up on my mat and then I'm checking up here. Not quite straight, kind of like we had to do with the other one. So I'm going to push that up so the whole thing is beyond that line. And then I'm going to trim that straight. Now my ruler is 24.5 inches. So I am going to have to move it to get the whole thing cut. But I can't line this totally up with the end because again, it's too short. But I can make sure all of these lines on my ruler are lined up with the lines on the mat. So I'll just cut as far as I can go, and then I will move the ruler so that I can finish that. Now we have 3 sides that are squared off, and now I'm going to line that up with the top line, making sure these lines are still lined up nicely. I'm going to double check my cutting directions. I'm always double, triple checking. And then we are going to cut 17 inches from this end. Now it's a little bit harder to do that and know that you're straight because you can't really use a line over here. So one trick that I do, if you have more than one ruler, you're just going to butt it up one to the other, and I have that straight. So now I know that this is lined up because I have it, the green one lined up down here and the pink one lined up down here. I always hold my hand flat on my rulers, put my pinky here. It kind of holds the ruler in place. A lot of people hold their rulers like this. And I know some people that always do that and they've never had a problem, but I ended up really hurting the tendon in my thumb and I had to wear a brace for like 6 months and it hurt really, really bad. So if you want to learn from my mistake, always keep your hand flat. And then when you're using your rotary cutter, make sure you're starting out straight. Kind of set it at the end, and before you start moving, make sure you're not tilted. Because if you're tilted, you're more likely to push the ruler and not cut straight. So make sure it is straight up and down. There we go. See, this is why I'm doing the travel size, because that's still pretty big to cut. But those are my squaring and cutting tips for fabric. Now we have that cut to size, and I already cut the cuff. This is 7 inches wide. For a standard pillowcase, your body needs to be 40 inches by 27 inches, and your cuff is going to be 9 inches by 40 inches. Now we are going to head to the ironing board, and we are going to fold and press this in half. Now, if it was a patterned print, you would be putting the wrong sides together so that the right side of the fabric would be showing. For example, if we were using this for the cuff, we wouldn't fold it and press it like that. With the right sides together, we would fold it and press it like this with the wrong sides together, so you're seeing the fabric that will become the cuff. Now you're going to open your cuff with the fold up. So this is the right side of the fabric. If you're using a print, this would be the wrong side. But basically you want it to kind of be popping up like a tent and not looking like an open book. Then we are going to take our body fabric and we're going to put it right sides together with the cuff. And we're going to line up the raw edges. Line up the edges that are close to you and not away from you so that you can see them well. Then you can use pins or fabric clips, and we're going to secure this together. Okay, so now we have that lined up with that. Now comes the burrito technique. We're going to fold the main fabric about 1 inch from here because we're going to sew here, but we do not want to catch this side of the fabric. Then we're going to roll it again and roll it again. So this is like the stuffing to the burrito, and this is the wrap. The reason I folded it like that was because now we are going to fold this over and we're going to match this raw edge with these 2 raw edges. So we need to make sure that's going to be easy to do with this fabric inside without this fabric getting in the way of our sewing and our seam allowance. So I'm just going to pull that over. I'm going to take this clip off and I'm going to clip these 3 layers together now. When you're at the end, make sure that this edge and this edge are lined up so that you get it started correctly. And then you're just going to move along and move each pin or clip. Take it out so that you're getting the 3 layers. So the 2 raw edges of the cuff and 1 raw edge of the body. Now, because we use non-directional fabric for the body, we just put it on there either direction. We didn't have to think about which raw edge should be here, etc., etc. And that is why this is the perfect beginner pillowcase. And now it looks like a burrito. Now we're going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to sew straight down here with a 1/4 inch seam. If you've done much sewing, you know that sometimes you get an awful knot. We call them bird's nests in the bottom because as you get started, sometimes the bobbin thread gets knotted or it pulls down this top thread. So because we're starting off the edge, I'm going to just grab a scrap piece of fabric and we're going to call it a leader fabric. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to start sewing on the leader fabric. So if there's any kind of knot, it's going to be on here and not on your project. So you just start sewing. And then once you get onto your project, you're going to go backwards a few stitches to secure that thread. And I am using a 1/4 inch foot. So if I run the edge of my foot next to the edge of the fabric, it is a 1/4 inch. And now I'm just going to sew straight down. Now, I never pull things off as I am sewing because especially when you're new, you're more likely to twist things because you're trying to move and pull and unpin or unclip at the same time. So I always stop about 1 inch from my pin or my clip, take it off, and then keep going. When you get to the end, just go backwards a few stitches to knot. And then you're just going to cut that leader fabric off and we're going to use it the next time we sew. Okay, Tara, that doesn't look like a pillowcase, you might be thinking, but never fear, it is time to pull the body fabric out of the cuff. And that is going to be flipping the cuff right side out. And the beautiful part of that is it is going to encapsulate all these raw seams inside the cuff. So what you're going to do is you're just going to open one end and you're going to grab the fabric and pull it out. Now I always start by flipping that down. You know, like I fold my cuffs, fold that down a little bit, because then you're not going to put strain and stress on the end of that as you just pull this fabric out. So you're pulling the fabric out and the cuff is going down. And voila, we have our cuff and our body and all of our seams are in here. Now we go back to the ironing board and we're going to press this forward. Once we get that pressed, you have a decision to make. Whether you want to sew close to this edge so that it kind of holds these seams and everything together like that, or if you just want to leave it as is. And I'll show you both ways. So on this standard pillowcase, I did sew really close and I used the same color thread. I highly recommend that if you're new to sewing, because then if it isn't super straight, you're not really going to notice because that thread really matches the fabric. You could use an accent color if you wanted to, but any jiggles would be more noticeable. Now on this travel pillow, I didn't. I just left it plain, just kept it really basic. It's going to be totally fine either way. For this one, we will do the stitching so we can compare the two travel sizes. This is the bigger 13 by 18. So I'm going to start on this leader fabric again and then just sew next to this seam line. And I'm just eyeballing where the seam is compared to my foot. Now this is the part of the process where I think, this pillow is so small, why do I need all this fabric? But trust me, if you follow my measurements, it's going to work. If you turn it, this is the cuff and this is the body. So now it looks a little more reasonable, but it still looks too tall. Next, we're going to be doing our French seam, and this is really important, and this is where most people mess up at least once or twice. I might have when making my samples. Let's talk about a French seam. Now, I know I told you this is for the absolute beginner, and some of you are probably thinking French seam does not sound very absolute beginner, Tara, but I promise you, you can do it, and it is a great beginner skill. If you have a serger, you don't need to make a French seam. You could just serge when we get to this step. But I want to tell you what a French seam is first. So French seams completely enclose your raw edges so that when you're washing and using the pillowcase, nothing is going to be pulling out and fraying. It's called a French seam because they were popularized in France during the 18th and 19th century, especially in fine clothing. You want to fold so that the right side of the fabric is out. That is going to be our first stitching. We're going to stitch down here and here, basically our raw edges. That's a nice folded cuff, and this is a fold in the fabric. Now you'll notice these are not lining up well, even though I have the seam line lined up well and I have everything lined up well over here. So my cuff was just a little bit too big, so I'm just going to trim that. Before you trim anything, you always want to double, triple check that everything else is lined up well. And it is, so I'm going to just trim that so it is even. Okay, so now that that is done, the right side is up, the wrong sides are together, everything's lined up. We are going to clip or pin down this side and this side. And then we are going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam. I'll use pins this time. I'm going to show you the trick about putting a little line for where you need to turn. This is super, super helpful if you're teaching people to sew, or if you're new and you really can't figure out where to turn, because you're coming down here with a 1/4 inch and then you need to know where to stop, lift your foot and pivot to be a 1/4 inch from this side. As you gain experience, you're going to know what to look for on your foot. But when you're starting, I highly recommend you just take a ruler and you mark it. So I'm going to put this ruler a 1/4 inch from this edge. This is a heat erasable pen. You can use a pencil too. And I'm just drawing a little line at a 1/4 inch. So now I can just sew down here, and when I hit that line, I know that it's time to turn. It's just a much bigger visual for you. So that's a nice trick for beginners. Now that I'm at my sewing machine, I wish I had put the pins on the opposite side, because I always like to start on the body side of the fabric when I'm sewing, instead of the cuff side, because this is going to show on your done pillowcase. So you don't want threads hanging off. And I want to keep this simple, so I want to keep using the leader fabric. So start down here. It's not a big deal. I can still get the pins out. They're just coming from the bottom. So we're going to start on our leader fabric. Then I'm going to lift my foot because this is pushing kind of weird. I'm going to put that under there. I'm going to use my scissors. Never put your fingers too close. Use your scissors to guide things if you need to. Put my foot down, make sure that is lined up because this is a 1/4 inch foot. I'm going to pull that first pin out and we're going to sew. I put my mark on the wrong side of the fabric, so I'm just going to grab my pen and my ruler and mark again. Easy peasy. Now with a 1/4 inch foot, if you have one, mine has little lines here, and that shows me when that gets to the edge of the fabric, that's when it's time to turn. Some feet have that, some don't, so I want to show you how to do this marking. Now I'm going to leave the needle down, lift the foot, and we're going to turn 90 degrees, and we're going to sew the other side. Next, we need to trim the corners so that we don't have so much fabric that needs to get folded in there that it won't be a good corner. Sometimes people will go straight across. I like to do 2 cuts and come down from one side and then go like that, making sure you do not clip your stitching. You get close, but don't clip it. And then we are also going to just do that angled cut towards the fold where we started. What we're going to do next is we're going to turn this inside out and we're going to sew again. That is going to encapsulate these raw edges. But you can see there are some long threads. And so if we were to just do that and sew, some of these threads are definitely going to be sticking out of our pillowcase and we'd have to trim them later. So a little bit of an easier way to do that is if you have long threads like that, just take a ruler, put it right on the edge of the fabric and just trim them with your rotary cutter before you turn things inside out. So now we're going to turn this inside out. We're going to make sure we push those points out. And now I'm going to take it back to the ironing board and I'm going to iron it so that it is nice and flat. We need to make sure that this seam right here, is right on the edge. We don't want a little bit of fabric inside and it kind of pinched and inside there. We need it pulled all the way out. And the way that I do that is I just get it as close as I can and then I just kind of rub my fingers like that to get it pushed out where I want it before I hit it with the iron and the heat. Now I'm going to show you my painter's tape trick. When we were sewing and I was using my 1/4 inch foot and I was sewing a 1/4 inch, it was really easy because I just lined my fabric up with that 1/4 inch and I'm used to sewing 1/4 inch seams a lot. But with a French seam, we now need to sew 3/8 of an inch from that edge, which I'm not used to. Of course, it is marked on your needle plate. I can see there's a 3/8 right there. This little line is 3/8. The edge here is 3/8, but that is kind of hard to watch. And so you can do it, obviously, but I like using this painter's tape trick. What I'm going to do is I just grabbed a little piece and I'm going to line the tape up on the guidelines on my sewing machine. So much easier to use a bright blue piece of tape as a guide than having to look at little lines in metal and on my bobbin cover. Now, painter's tape is great because it is a low tack tape. It's not going to leave sticky residue on your sewing machine. You don't want any stickiness staying on your project. When I get close to the edge, I'm going to lift my foot and I'm going to get my pillowcase lined up. And I'm starting with the folded edge. So we'll be sewing across the bottom and then up the side towards the cuff, just like we did when we did the first round. Now, I forgot to mark where to turn, but I can do it right now. And lift my foot and turn, and we're going to do the long side. Now, when you get to this part where you're going over the cuff, this is quite thick because you have a seam, you have like 8 layers right there. So it's a bit of a bump. Sometimes your stitch line will jig a little bit. Don't worry about it. You're never going to notice on a pillowcase. But if you want to, you can kind of help press that down with the tip of your scissors and just go slowly. Now we have our French seam sewn, no raw edges showing anywhere. You do not cut corners when you've done a French seam or you're basically creating raw edges, which is not the point. So all we need to do is turn it right side out. Let's see how we did. The first thing I do when I turn things right side out is I just check along those French seam edges for any threads. We cut most of them off, so this is looking pretty good. I just kind of pull it out like that. And there's one, it just pulls right out. Sometimes they don't pull right out and you don't want to pull too hard. So you would just take scissors and clip it right close. All right, so we only had 2. That's amazing. So cutting those threads off before you do that second stitching makes a huge difference. Now, if you want to, you can take it back to the ironing board and you can press that out so that it is going to be a little bit smoother. Totally up to you. If you feel like this is wrinkled, I would give that a quick press. Now, because I'm keeping this pillow and I'm not selling it, I'm cutting that tag off because they bother me. If you're doing sew to sell and you're selling things with pillow forms in them, you do need to keep these tags on. Cute little travel pillow. And you can see using the same fabric and a different color cuff gives a bit of a different look. Now, I want to know, let me know in the comments, do you know how old kids are when they get to start using pillows? Because I am so ready to be making pillowcases for my great nephew who I've been making hooded towels for. So there are our pillowcases, and you can get the pattern that has all the directions, lots of photographs, so you can print it out or have it on your computer or iPad next to your sewing machine and get this done. You can always refer back to this video. And again, it shows 5 different sizes. On my YouTube channel and in my Etsy shop, I have a playlist or a pattern category called Beginner Sewing Patterns. And every one of the patterns in those sections has 2 things in common. It is only straight cutting and straight sewing. So they are fantastic as you are learning to sew, if it is the first thing you're ever trying to sew. So I wanted to put them a little bit separate from all of the other things that I have so that if you are new, you know that you can go there with confidence and it's going to be something that you're going to be able to do so that you can fall in love with the process of sewing just like I have. Happy sewing and sweet dreams. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to easily make little tic-tac-toe bags that are drawstring bags with French seams. It sounds a lot more complicated than it is. It's very similar to this drawstring bag. This is one of my most popular videos, and they're super fast because we just used pinking shears so that it wouldn't fray on the sides instead of doing the French seam. The French seam is basically one more step, but for something like a game bag, there's no way it can fray because those raw edges are encapsulated inside. And so I think this is a little bit of a step up in durability from this. So what we're going to need for this is fabric. We're going to cut 2 pieces that are 5 by 7. You're going to want contrasting thread to do your lines. You can either do straight stitch and just make them a little more subtle, or you can use your zigzag or any decorative stitches, however you want to do that. Since I've already made 2 white ones, I'm going to try red and we'll make the grid in white just for something different. Then you need 5 playing pieces in 2 different colors for the game. Now, this is going to be the perfect gift for all kinds of occasions. A cute little Valentine, great stocking stuffer. It could be a little Halloween gift. It could be a birthday party favor. It could be a Hanukkah game, a Hanukkah gift, 4th of July. You could use them for Easter. They would be a lot of fun with candy in them. You know, you see these games like, oh, play tic-tac-toe with M&Ms. But if kids are anything like me, they're going to run out of pieces pretty quickly because they're going to end up in their stomach. So I would recommend doing buttons or something else in addition to candy if you're going to be putting them in an Easter basket or making it a Valentine gift, etc. Then we're going to need the basics: rotary cutter, self-healing mat, ruler. You're going to need some thread. We're going to need 2 pieces, 15 to 20 inches long. I always say a little bit longer is better so you can tie them. We're going to need a safety pin to run that through, and sewing machine and iron. So I think we are ready to get started. So I just took a scrap of red that I had, and I'm going to cut 2 pieces that are 5 inches by 7 inches. Because this is a solid, it doesn't matter what direction I cut it. Now we have our 2 pieces. This is the front and the back of the bag. The back is just going to be plain, so we're going to move that aside. Now we need to line this up and mark where we're going to sew the tic-tac-toe grid. So line it up with the lines on your cutting mat. We're going to go 1 1/4 inches up. So I use my ruler, and it is 5 inches across. So we're going to go 2 inches over from each side. And we're going to make a little mark with pencil or a heat erasable pen on the 4-inch and the 3-inch if you have it lined up on the 1 and the 6, because our grid is going to be 1 inch. So we want to make sure that is right there. Then we're going to measure 2 1/4 up from the bottom. And we're going to line these sides up on the 6 and the 1 inch again. And this is going to be our horizontal line. So we're going to draw from the 5 to the 2 inch. So that will give us our 3 columns 1 inch wide each. Then we're going to go an inch up from that line. And we're going to draw that again. We're going to start at the 2 1/4. We're going to go 3 1/4, 4 1/4, 5 1/4. Then we're going to go over an inch and we're going to do the same thing. So now we have our tic-tac-toe grid drawn on there. And it might look like it should be more centered, but you want it down because this is going to be folded and folded to become the casing. You also want to be able to close it with the drawstring and know what's in there. You're not necessarily going to play the game with that drawstring closed, but you want to know what that design is on the outside. So now we're going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to sew those lines. I'm just going to use a white thread and sew on these 4 lines. And I'm going to pull my bobbin thread up for each one. It takes, a couple more seconds, but it makes it so you're not going to have a big old bird's nest on the inside of your bag because you will see the stitching on the inside of this bag. So I hold these 2 threads tightly while it makes a knot or while you go forward and back a few stitches and then just sew to the end. Now, when I did the zigzag version, I did find that my fabric didn't stay quite as flat when I was sewing it because it was going back and forth and puckering a little bit. So I would recommend either starching your fabric before you do that so you have a little bit of a firmer surface, or maybe adding a stabilizer or a lightweight interfacing to the back. For doing straight stitches, you can sew right on your fabric as is. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to mark the top part of the fabric that we're going to use for the drawstring so that we don't sew all the way up. So we're going to mark down 2 inches, just put a little mark that'll be in that seam allowance on either side. Now, because we are doing a French seam, we are going to have wrong sides together the first time we sew around this. It feels weird because whenever you make a bag, you're used to sewing right sides together, but this is how we're going to do it. Flip or pin it in place so that the fabric doesn't shift. Now we are going to sew from this point down here, across and up, starting and stopping at these 2-inch marks, 1/8 of an inch from the edge. I changed my thread to match my fabric. It doesn't really matter for doing the French seam, but I want it to just match when we do the drawstring, so I usually just change it after I have sewn my grid. Now you'll notice I am sewing with the edge of the fabric halfway on this foot. So this is a 1/4 inch foot. So if my fabric goes right along the edge, it's a 1/4 inch. So I want it to be about half of that. So we're sewing quite close to the edge. Now I stopped and I'm going to pick up my foot and I'm going to turn at a 45-degree angle and I'm going to take 1 stitch. I'm going to take 2, lift it and turn. Having that angle at the corner is going to make the corner turn and have a slightly better point than if we just went straight and pivoted. And you either do 1 or 2 depending on where you stop. Next step, I'm going to trim those corners. I'm going to cut it at that angle and then just a little bit on either side. It's usually better if you only do 1 angled stitch and not 2, but I hadn't stopped quite far enough down. So we're just going to see what happens. Now we are going to turn it the opposite way. Basically, we're going to turn it inside out. This is the key to making a French seam. You have the raw edges on the right side with the right side showing. Then you turn it inside out. I'm going to use this cute little flamingo turning tool. Just very gently push those corners, and that gives us a much better corner than normal because I did that angled stitch. Now you're going to want to make sure you take a minute and make sure this seam is on the very edge, because if it isn't pushed out really well and pressed, this next step isn't going to work well, because what we're going to do is we're going to sew a 1/4 inch from this edge. And because our last stitching was 1/8 of an inch, all of those raw edges should be on the opposite side of the stitching. And that is what makes it a French seam, because it encapsulates the raw edges. And as I was working on this, I was wondering, why is this called a French seam? Is it really French? And they believe that it was French tailors and seamstresses that started using this technique a lot in clothing in the 1600s. So it's just always been called a French seam. You don't have to worry about pressing anything above where we sewed. Just make sure you get this pressed really nicely. You can use a tailor's clapper if you want. Now, before we go back to the sewing machine, we want to make sure that where we started and stopped is even, because you don't want one side up here and one side down here. You're going to have a angled drawstring. You want everything to be folding down evenly. So I'm going to fold that down. So I have this lined up, and then I'm just going to check and make sure this folds evenly, and it does. It's about 1/8 of an inch above this solid line. And then let's just check this side. So those are nice and even. So we did a very good job starting and stopping at the lines. Back to the sewing machine. Okay, I sewed down that side and forgot to film it, 1/4 inch from the edge, starting at the mark. Now, because we're not going to be clipping these corners, they're not going to be perfect points, but we don't want to cut through the stitching that we originally did. So I'm just going to come down and pivot 90 degrees instead of doing the angle. Now, one thing that is a little bit different about doing a French seam in a bag versus French seams on clothing is on the clothing, they might press this and then sew this down. That's kind of where you get that fold and you have the stitching on both sides, and that will make it flat. For something this size, that's going to be pretty impossible. So this is just going to be a little bit of bulk inside the bag, but it is going to make sure we don't have a lot of fraying and that this bag is going to last a good long time for lots of tic-tac-toeing. Now I'm going to turn it right side out. I'm going to go back to the workstation. I'm going to use my turning tool again, and if you don't have one of these, you can use a pencil that isn't sharp, you could use a chopstick, you could use a pen that isn't opened. You just want something that doesn't have a sharp point, but is pointy enough to really help you push that fabric out. But you want to do it really gently and slowly so that you don't end up pushing through the fabric or through the seam and having to start over. All right, so I got those out pretty much as well as I can because we have all that fabric in those corners. And now we are going to press these seams out just like we did the last time. Let me know in the comments what you think you will make these for. There's just so many things we can do with them. Now it is time to prepare our drawstring channels. And by channel, I mean that's where the drawstring is going to go through. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn it the opposite way again. We actually could have done that before we ironed. And you're going to take small scissors and you're going to very carefully clip up here the seam just above the stitching so that the part that isn't sewn can move and fold to both sides. And you're going to do that on both sides. Now we are going to fold each side in so that it is parallel to the stitch line. So see, we have our stitching here and then it just keeps on going. So we're going to press that. So all four are folded in. Now we are going to open that up and we're going to fold that raw edge in again so that we're going to just sew right down that line and encapsulate that raw edge, kind of like we did with the French seam. So you're going to do that on all four. It's pretty skinny because we didn't want really thick French seams. If you watch the other video for the drawstring bags that were faster because we just did pinking shears, this part was a little bit wider because we did 1/2 inch seams and then did the pinking shears. So we had a 1/2 inch to work with up here, but for this one, we only have 1/4 inch, but that's okay. It works out no problem. Now you're gonna take this top and you're gonna fold the one side back that is on the bottom so that we don't sew that. And we're going to sew straight down this side and straight down this side. Then we will turn it over and sew the other 4 sides as well. What this is going to do is going to keep those raw edges encapsulated so they are not going to bother us. And it is going to make it easier to get the pin and the drawstring through without messing up the fabric as the bag is opened and closed. You can of course use this method to make any kind of drawstring bag, just a plain drawstring bag, a game drawstring bag like we're doing with this tic-tac-toe, and any size. Now we still have the bag inside out to finish making the channel. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to fold this down so that the raw edge is slightly below where we sewed. I'm going to finger press, well, I guess I can just press that, it's easier. I'm going to use my favorite little piece of wood, my tailor's clapper. The shorter ones are called a quilter's clapper. It's basically the same thing, just a different length. That helps press that and also cool that fabric off. And I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to fold it down so that this top edge matches. I'm more concerned about this matching than where the raw edge is. And then the next step is to turn that raw edge under about 1/4 inch. The reason I do it after do the bigger fold is so that the bigger fold is consistent because, you know, you might do this side slightly smaller or bigger than the other side, and it's really the top that matters the most. Now I'm going to do the same thing on this side. So I have this one folded back, so we're not going to catch it, and we're just going to sew close to that folded edge on this side. And I did pull my bobbin thread up and knotted that. Now this is the right side, and so using the red thread just makes that really inconspicuous. If you wanted it to show up for whatever reason, you could use a white thread or a different color, but I just wanted it to blend with my fabric. Now I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to fold this side we sewed down, and now we're going to sew this side. See right there, that little spot kind of folding out. So what I do is I just take my scissors and I tuck it under so that it'll get caught in the sewing, and then I'm just going to hold that down so it stays in place while we sew. All the sewing is done. Now we're going to turn it right side out again, and this should be really easy because we already pressed it this direction. If you want to press it again, you can. Now we're done with the iron as well. Now all that is left is putting our strings in. So because this is string and it's two pieces twisted together, I'm going to put a knot in it and put the pin through right by the knot. If you don't knot it, the thread's just going to come apart and it's not going to stay to be threaded through there. Then I'm going to cut about 16 inches. We're going to need two pieces, but I'm going to knot each of them first. Now I'm just going to start on either side, push it through the one side, turn it around, push it through the next side, like that. Take the pin off, and then I usually tie the knot pretty close to the edge because once you pull it, it gets pretty long. So if you have it long to start with, like when this is laying flat, it's gonna be really long. So I try and get it, within an inch. So I tied both of those together in a knot, and then I'm just gonna trim past that knot. So one side is done. Now we're gonna do the same thing, and we're gonna start on this side. This time we're going to start on the opposite side from where the other string started and stopped, because you want to have the strings on both sides so you pull like that to open and close it. Remember to pull your bag fully open and flat before you tie your strings, because if it was kind of like that and you tied it here, then it would never open all the way. And especially if you're going to play tic-tac-toe on there, you want it to lay flat while you're playing the game. Trim that knot. And it is done. So to close it, you just go like that. Open it, you just pull on the fabric. So all we need are our buttons, which we had at the beginning when we were going over supplies. 5 pink and 5 white, because that will show up well on the red. But now it's really easy. Play tic-tac-toe. So you just want to make sure you have 5 of each color for the game. And then if it's going to be a gift, you might want to add candy or something else in there. It is that simple. So what do you think? Are you ready to turn your sewing machine and your skills into some cash? My name is Tara Reed. I am an artist and a fabric designer with Riley Blake Designs, and I love to teach easy sewing projects and also kind of the business side of creativity. If you're ready to get started, check the video description because I have 3 more videos that give more details about how to sew and sell, some pricing strategies, how to bulk produce, and things like that. I also have an ebook in my Etsy shop that gives you printable worksheets and is a great companion to that video series. I am wishing you much success in doing what you love and making what you want. I've been an entrepreneur licensing my art to manufacturers to put on all kinds of products. My favorite is fabric. Don't tell my other clients. And also helping artists and creative people like you learn to make money doing what they love.